You see that clock at 7:30 here on Fox 5, Fox Local. It is time for Do You Like It or Not, where we get to get your opinion. The opinions from the people will be here tonight. I'm Tony P. for producer Chris tonight. He's sick for this Friday night. We send best love and wishes to him as well. But I am joined by my esteemed co-host tonight, Fox 5 producer, host, and overall incredible human being, Kanika Law. So good to see you, my friend. Happy Friday.
Thank you. Happy Friday, Tony. Happy to be sitting next to you.
Thank you. And I'll tell you, the weather's not terribly hot, but tonight we're going to have some Friday night hot takes. And we're going to start it off with our panel. I feel like I'm taking attendance because we have the greatest panel in the show business here for tonight. I just got to tell you, we have a few really interesting topics to start off, and we're going to kick off with one of my favorite things, one of the most relatable things, I would say, and that is the awkward text message, okay, folks? Because it turns out the most awkward text, Kanika, is not that, you know, should we talk or is it time to talk? It's, hey, you still owe me for that. Because a new Zelle report found that 76% of Gen Z consumers who covered a group expense, like a lot of us do, like a trip or dinner, for example, were never fully repaid. And nearly half, 47%, say they've actually gone into debt because of it. Rather than confront friends, though, many are dodging the conversation. I'm looking at myself, or if there was a mirror here, I'd be looking at me, because we're dodging the conversation entirely. The report identifies payment avoidance as a major trend, with 20% of Gen Z admitting they've canceled plans or muted texts just to delay or dodge paying someone back. This is like a Seinfeld episode. And the fallout is real, because among those who fronted money and weren't repaid, 55% say it damaged the relationship or caused tension. And 14% said it ended the friendship altogether. So, Melissa, I got to ask you, because when I think of this issue, I want to get your advice. What are your thoughts on this payment thing? Do you think it's appropriate for people to be muting text messages to avoid payment? And do you think that some of these friends don't have the courage to actually ask for their money back?
You know, I think it's wrong. If you owe a debt, pay it back. If you wanted to help somebody out of the goodness of your heart, then, don't expect nothing back in return. But I'm the type of person that even when I was younger, if I didn't have it, don't go and borrow it. Hence is the reason why I don't have any credit card debt or anything like that. But to avoid people when you owe them something, or if you told them, hey, yes, I will pay you back, and avoid them, that's very irresponsible, and it's a hell no for me. I'm gonna come looking for you.
Oh, I love that.
No.
Now, Kanika, let me ask you, co-host, what do you think about this? Like, do you think that this conversation is unnecessarily awkward, or is it just the communication structure of our generation?
I think it's the generation, especially Gen Z. I think it's hard for them to admit, I don't have the money to be able to pay you back. So instead of confronting, they decide to just keep it silent overall. And I understand how that does cause rifts in relationships, but what makes it for them not to be able to ask their friend or tell their friend, hey, I don't have this to give back to you? What kind of friendship is that to start? That's my first question.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll tell you, when it comes to this issue, it can be awkward because you're afraid to, make people angry, or you want to be a people pleaser. Now, Allison, I got to ask you, because you always give really good life advice. And for our generation, what would be your advice to help drive this conversation and make sure that people who front that money get paid?
Okay, so I've been the person that has not got paid so many times it has happened to me. So I would say to maybe give a pre-speech to make the person feel bad if they don't pay you back. Say something like, you know what, like, I don't mind helping you out, but I work very hard. And if I work multiple jobs, you can do the same. So I'm going to go ahead and help you this time. But if I don't get my money in X and X amount of days, it's going to be a different conversation and the last time I assist you.
I love that. It kind of gives me the whole, like, I'm disappointed in you type of motif, as opposed to just being totally angry. Now, I'm going to bring in a really great esteemed co-host as well. Bisma Ahmed's going to come in, Fox 5 contributor, and overall incredible human as well. And I got to ask you, before we transition topics here, and by the way, if folks who can't see Bisma's phone there, that is the greatest bedazzling I have ever seen, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the hot dog, perfectly proportioned. I wish it was all ketchup on there, Bisma, but I'll give you a pass on that one. Now,
anyone who knows me knows I love hot dogs. And then I saw this on an Instagram ad, and I was like, okay,
I gotta
you got
get
me.
that one.
You got
Wait,
me.
hold on. Where's your favorite hot dog? Which place?
Honestly, Five Guys. I know it's so
Okay.
basic,
What?
but it's so good.
Whoa,
It's so
okay.
I
good.
love a New York street hot dog. I feel like you can't go
Ooh,
wrong.
okay,
with
yeah,
it.
those are
Hot dog
good.
is a hot dog.
Hot dog is a
Wait,
hot dog.
sorry. Last question.
Yeah,
about
you're
the
good,
hot
you're
dog.
good, you're
Maybe
good.
I'm
Yeah.
hungry. What toppings on a hot
Okay,
dog?
so I like jalapenos. I like onions, mustard, ketchup.
Perfect.
I think that's
What don't you like is the real question there.
I like it loaded.
Okay,
Now,
Yeah.
speaking of that, so before we move on to the next topic,
Yeah.
so let's say you're having, dinner with all your friends, it's a big hot dog
Right.
night,
Yeah.
and you're stuck with the bill, and you trying to have that conversation,
Oh.
people aren't paying you back yet. How would you approach it?
Oh no, they'll pay me back because we
Ooh, very
have,
confident.
We have Venmo first of all.
Right.
I know
Yes.
where you live. I will hunt you, track you down. We will figure this out. So
Good
they're paying me
point.
back. Don't worry.
I mean, folks, it's texting, okay?
Yeah.
You can just text somebody. You know what I always say? It's kind of like it's like a problem sandwich. Praise, challenge, praise. Be
Yeah.
nice, ask, and then say, hey, love you as a friend. Let's call it a day. Now, our next topic has to do with social media, of course, because social media guy, I got to talk about this stuff. And move over pre-med, because there's a new major on campus, folks, and its final exam is going viral. ASU's Cronkite School of Journalism and Mass Communication now will offer a content creation major built to turn students into an influencer and strategic storyteller. That is a great euphemism. Who thrives in the rapidly evolving creator economy. Coursework will cover multimedia production, social media strategy, audience analytics, that's actually really good, and personal branding with hands-on experience through a Los Angeles content studio, brand projects, and internships. The kicker, though, the program's final project requires students to pick an overall platform like TikTok and actually build a real audience before graduating. So basically doing all of that. Not everyone's sold, though. One ASU professor publicly questioned whether the major could survive a new federal rule requiring degrees to boost graduates' income compared to non-grads. So, to my co-hosts, Kanika first. Do you think this major is necessary, and can you actually teach people how to go viral?
Unfortunately, I think it is necessary.
Yeah.
Ooh,
In this
okay.
day and age, being a content creator, being
Yeah.
an influencer,
Yeah.
it is a career. And I have to say I'm envious because
Yeah.
I feel like I graduated at a point in time where we were transitioning from, I studied journalism, right? Traditional
Yeah.
storytelling
Yeah.
to now this newfound way of having a career. And I just missed that mark, and I wish I had the tools. So now I'm lost. I don't know how to be a creator, influencer. I don't know what I'm doing out here. I'm glad to be here.
It's the Wild West, really.
It's an important skill to have.
It
So I think
is.
colleges, if you do it right, it could be beneficial.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're rage baiting a little bit with the title of it.
Maybe.
But I think when you look at the curriculum, it teaches you about like taxes, how to
Yeah.
build a business, like algorithms, all of those things. It teaches you how to build a brand. So that is really, really hard, especially with all the tools out there. So I feel like, I mean, you would know, right?
I
Like,
mean,
it's-
I could use a course on how the algorithm changes all the time, because my views are fluctuating now in this new
Yeah.
environment. And speaking of media personalities to social media figures, Pinky Ring King, want to bring him in there because, all right, you know this like me. You understand the social media game, how this all works, how it ties to business. Do you think this course is going to help anybody, or do you think it might just be rage bait?
I think it's needed. Everybody that's not creating, they end up hating because it's so
Right.
important. You're doubling down. Oh yeah, Bethesda, by the way, we're matching orange. Orange.
Okay.
We're always
Man.
matching, baby. My queen, my star.
I
my
knew.
Alpha to the Omega. Oh,
Ooh,
God.
I knew.
man.
Sorry about that. I forgot the question.
So you
I forgot the
you
question.
can't teach this kind of charisma. No, but like, do you think this course is actually going to help anybody?
I think it should be mandatory because whatever field you're in,
Wow.
you get, imagine if you're in medical field, the information is faster than light. You could reach people that need the reaching.
Yeah.
You can heal the healed, the unhealed so much faster. and you can influence somebody that was once uninfluenced, like you, Tony P.
Uninfluenced. I never heard that term before. That is very.
Play with words.
That is very poetic. You should start doing slam poetry. You'd be
Yes,
fantastic
Yeah.
at this.
I mean,
Now,
who are we slamming?
you know what? The course itself, maybe.
Yeah.
Now, Chad, let me bring you in here because you do fitness. You know a lot of fitness creators out there. You probably see it out there in social media. Do you think for folks who are in the business world, their own business training, for example, could this help them and could this help students generally, or do you think it's just kind of a useless marketing course?
Well, I wrote Tanika a song. It's called Tanika, nice to meet ya.
Oh my God.
Tanika. That's it. That's all I got so far.
Chad.
I think this is something like you can't learn to be a rock star. Like you can go to rock star school, but like you either are or you aren't. Like you go to stand-up comedy school. Like, there's schools for stand-up comedy. It could help maybe a little bit, but like if you're funny or you're not. It's the social influences, but maybe that's good. That's a good point though. If you want a business, like there's a lot of like Clydes, they're terrible at social media. They can
Right.
need somebody
Yeah.
that's
Or like
something
trainers,
that, yeah.
they're trying to build their brand and like to do the workout videos. I think it's very important. I mean, in some ways, right?
Yeah.
Now, Melissa, I got to ask you because you're shaking your head, and that means I know a major take is coming. So I'm going to give you the floor on this one. Is this useful or is this useless?
It's useless. So you mean to tell me that you're going to go ahead and make this a curriculum for people to graduate and get a degree, but yet you're taking nurses and other essential things that we need on a daily basis that are not going to be credible anymore, but this is credible? I'll give you an example. If I post a video of me working out, telling you how to eat, nobody comes in, nobody wants to engage. But the moment I start bouncing, the little itty bitty, in the pool and in a bathing suit, now everybody wants to heart me, everybody wants to give me likes and everything like that.
Right.
So no,
I can't speak to this.
When you got it, you got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a waste of
And
time
she's got
because
it.
Yeah.
it's a waste of time because no matter how much I show you, how much weight I lose, how powerful I get, it all goes back to the image. If I'm in the pool in a two-piece bathing suit and I'm bouncing up and down, all hell breaks loose. But if I'm in a class, why are you yelling? Why you gotta be such an instructor that yells so much? Why you gotta be such a bully?
Oh my God.
You know what I'm saying? So
I get it.
no, this is really stupid. Very stupid. Hell no.
I'll tell you a lot of very just passionate opinions. Now, Freddie, the final point to you here, my friend, is I know you love gaming, you love the technology space, all that. You see it online, influencers doing this. Would you take a course like this in influencing and social media? Would you say, you know what, don't need it?
Well, I wish. Let me tell you this. I feel like I like to do social media influencing if I have a career for that. But of
You
course,
can,
I'm not
man.
really-
One video, and you're one video away, a coach of mine
If I
always
post
said.
something like, if I want to post about my gaming content, that's fine. I bet Bisma and Kanika and you, Tony P, can watch my content, watch my gaming
Put it out there,
what I
man.
want
The
to do.
streaming world. They should do a whole
If I got a
streaming
better
class.
graphics
Yeah.
card, it'll be so wonderful how I do it, though.
Oh, I can
Yeah.
imagine, man. No, so
Nice
we
meeting
got
you,
one.
Kanika.
I'm not a gamer, but if you did N64, go back to the old. I would watch it.
Nostalgia and gaming.
Yeah.
That would be
Love
nice.
it.
Started today.
That sounds
I
wonderful.
love it.
So we got one positive comment from the people. That's good. We got a little bit of balance. We got two.
You got this.
I think you bring out the second one. So we got 2 and 2 here to balance it out. Now my next one, folks, I love this one because I'm also a morning person or trying to become a morning person, and so the morning routine is important to so many. Snooze button or straight up coffee or tea. Apparently, your morning is basically a ritual, and heaven help anyone that messes with it, because a poll of 2,000 people found that 83% rigidly stick to a set morning routine. 42% shower in the morning versus 23% at night. I like that. 34% get up at the very first alarm, and coffee narrowly beats tea as the go-to fuel these days, 36 to 32%. Also pretty revealing, nearly half check their phone within 5 minutes of waking up, and only 3% managed to resist their device altogether. So, Kanika, let me ask you.
Yes.
What does your morning routine look like?
Oh
And
my
you stick to
God.
it.
I could go on hours about morning routine because I think it's so important. It sets your day. I have to make my bed every day.
Yeah.
I know that sounds common, but it's very necessary.
Yeah.
And some people actually miss it. But I do a weird thing. I oil pull. Have you heard of that?
What?
Excuse me?
Yes.
Please
Without
elaborate.
getting into
Like, yeah.
details, I'm Indian.
Yeah.
It's an ancient Indian technique. It
Oh, wow.
cleans your mouth and the bacteria. So while I make my bed and
Oh, okay. That's great.
take my dog out, I oil pull before I brush my teeth. And then I work out, make my coffee and all that. But that's probably the unique thing.
You know what? I'm
that
gonna look
helps
that
me.
up.
I'm
because
loving
now
it.
I wanna do
Sign me
it.
up for that.
Effort to wear,
Like-
but I don't mind.
Yeah.
Bismo, now, what do you think about all this? Do you think that
Okay.
people should stick to rigid routines? Do you do the same, or you're like me and kind of just go with the week?
I'm gonna be honest, and people don't expect this from me, but I am the most type B person probably you will
Okay.
ever meet.
I like that, though.
But everything always works out.
Yes.
Every single day for me is very different. I work in government affairs, so I don't know who I'm meeting.
Right.
So the
Very
night before, I look
hectic.
at the calendar and I figure out what my day is going to be like, when I can take my nap, all that stuff. I can't have a set schedule because I don't know when I'm going to wake up, and I don't know if I have time to figure everything out. But at some point in the day, I take my vitamins. At some point, I work out. At some point, all of it gets done.
It varies.
But it's not in a routine at all.
Wow, so you kind of head towards a direction.
Yes.
And then you kind of make it just
Yes.
happen as it goes. Now, Allison, I can just tell, and I know this from knowing you, that you're probably a morning routine person. You probably have it down to a science. Am I correct?
You are absolutely correct.
Yes.
I cannot function without a routine. And I do the same thing every morning. I get up, I get my coffee, then I get back in the bed, check my emails, see what's going on social media or in the news. Then I get up, make the bed, get myself together, take Onyx for a walk, and then I start my 8-hour workday.
I love that. I mean, that's kind of what I'm trying to become. And once again, you're inspiring me, Allison. Now, Jess, in the Zoom room, let me ask you, my friend, okay? What does your morning routine look like? And is it coffee or tea for you, or none of them at all?
I do the same routine every single morning. I get up at 4:15.
Whoa, 4:15?
Oh my God.
Because what's crazy is, since you're talking about this bed stuff, I work at Timber Silly. I make mattresses all day long for
That's
people.
so cool. Wow.
That is very cool.
And our slogan is, we make beds to make people sleep well.
Love that. And,
You gotta have a good. A lot of people don't know a mattress is one of the most important things
Yes.
in a person's life, because
It
you
is.
sleep majority of your time on a mattress, so you got to get a good night's sleep. So that's what our slogan is, to
Oh my
make people
God.
sleep well.
now, Jess,
know
quick
what?
follow-up. Let me ask you the whole panel, because we all want to know this, because I'm trying to get up earlier, even though I have a late-night show here. What is your secret to being able to get up at 4:15 and not be totally groggy and want to fall back into that beautiful mattress?
I go to bed at my routine at nighttime. I usually go to bed around 10:30.
It's not
Wind
bad.
down. I watch Fox News.
We love that.
Thank you.
And that's the truth. And
We
that's the
appreciate
truth.
you.
I love y'all's show. That's the truth.
Absolutely. Again, I think some news can help you go to sleep a little bit and all those wonderful things. I mean, it's an important part of life, the morning routine.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't
I
share
did-
yours, Tony.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm kind of embarrassed by mine, but let me
I
just
could
say,
tell.
I'll give the quick Reader's Digest version. I eat late, so my stomach gets all acting up. I run around the house till like 2:30 in the morning because my energy's all the time, all the way up. And then I finally get to bed. I'm on the screen for 30 more minutes. So 3 o'clock, I try to get up at 7:30, and my body goes, nope, back to bed.
Oh.
So I finally get up around 9 o'clock, and then I just still feel bad about myself because I go, I wish I got up an hour earlier so I
Yeah.
could be a morning person. But you know what? You don't have to be a morning person, folks. Okay, you know what? It's a good thing. I want to do it, but you can just be yourself out there because it's really
Yeah.
important. Now, our next topic covers a kind of a different routine, or I would say a really quirky habit, because, this big number comes up 343 times a year, and that's not a favorite song anymore. That's actually just a relationship, because a poll of 2,000 self-described serious music fans found 70% listen to the same tracks and artists on repeat, playing their favorite song. Get this one. On average of 343 times a year. That's why people aren't sleeping, because they're playing music too many times while playing their favorite song. And they're keeping just 6 artists in regular rotation. Think about how small that is. 64% say it's simply because it's what they like, basically, while others often cite comfort and nostalgia, and 41% say they haven't listened to a full album, start to finish, in the past year. And I got to say, I think the 60% are lying because nobody listens to a full album. So, Kanika, let me ask you this.
Yes.
Are you someone who likes to listen to the same song on repeat and get it to a place where you're almost sick of it?
No, because if I hear a song and I do like it, I like to keep it at an amount where it's like just enough to like have it sink in and like appreciate the song the next time I'm listening to it because you hear a new lyric or a chord or something. But I do have this whole show is exposing me, but I do have like prayer songs.
Tends to do that.
Prayer songs I listen to in the morning.
That's good. That's good.
Repeat
I love
every
that.
morning.
That's excellent.
So I feel like that gets me in a good headspace. That's probably part of my morning routine too.
I know, I was just going to say, like, another step in the morning routine. But now I have two things I got to, like, get into, because I'm like, wait, I love that in the morning. You know?
We're all about self-improvement here at Fox 5.
You know, I'm taking all the gems here. But yeah, no, I love to listen to the oldies, like the old classics, 90s musics. And you also like think about where you were at that time, right? Like I was in grade school, like I'm like, oh my God, I remember listening to this for the first time and jamming. It never gets old. I don't know, it's weird.
It doesn't, and also I think the repeat thing is just, it gives a familiarity to it. It makes you feel comfortable whatever you're doing. And speaking of doing things, Chad, got to bring you in because you're working out a lot. You're counseling folks that are probably working out with their headphones in. They're not listening to much else. Do you think that having a lot of songs on repeat can be healthy in the gym and outside the gym?
I just keep my own experience. I actually teach classes, so I'm constantly looking for new music. And I DJ too, so I'm looking for new tracks. So typically, I'm not in my day-to-day listening to the same artist. But like, if I do want to get pumped up, I'm going hair metal from the 80s. You know, so there's a genre. You know, it's like I don't know what your genre is to get you pumped up, but yeah, if there's a genre or if there's an artist that gets you pumped up, 100% do it.
Oh, absolutely. I think whether it be Brett Michaels, a little bit of heavy metal, get some Metallica going on. That always works for me. Now, Allison, bringing you in as well. When you think about this, you know, listen to the same song on repeat, do you think that's more of a comfort thing for people? Or do you think it's just more of this, they want to hear the same thing because there's nothing else to listen to?
Yeah, I think it's comfort and familiarity as well. But for me, I'm a singer and I do a lot of R&B singing, and I like to listen to the same artist over and over. So for one, I can memorize the song and not forget the lyrics. And even sometimes there's certain sounds that I want to make sure that I make, and just to practice it over and over again, the muscle memory will help my vocals get better. So that's why I do it.
And Pinky Ring King, all right, I got to ask you, because I know you got a great answer here. What is the one artist, if you had to listen to it 350 times in a row, who would it be?
It'd be myself. I know that sounds really narcissistic.
I appreciate your honesty.
But
besides yourself.
Yeah. But Whitney Houston. So there's actually a science behind why people listen to the same song.
Okay.
And it's linked to ADHD as well. It's so they can control a constants in their life that they cannot control. It provides them solace in a memory place that they cannot have, you know, a timeline dedicated to just a constant routine. They have control of one thing, and it provides them, you know, a harmony in their lives. So it's actually science backed behind people with ADHD, why they listen to songs so many times.
Wow.
But look it up. I think the medical journal did research on it. And it's to provide the one constant that they can control in their lives. That's why we do it.
A harmony for your life. Very poetic. I mean, I can see that. It almost makes sure, you know, when you're doing your runs, you get motivated a little bit faster. It creates a routine, which we all like to have, right? Now, we're going to go from music and all these wonderful things about habits to fashion. We talked about fashion a little bit, the opener here, about good fashion trends. This one is going to divide everybody in this room. I can already just think about this, because the boardroom's newest battleground isn't budgets or bonuses. It's bare knees, because shorts, once strictly a casual Friday move, are creeping into everyday office wear, with designers like Ralph Lauren and Tom Brown pairing them with dressier pieces, and Rick Owens even marketing dedicated work shorts. Not everyone's on board, though. New York Magazine style editor Samuel Hine admitted that he's not a fan, joking that your colleagues don't necessarily want to see your hairy legs, unquote. And as someone who does have hairy legs, I understand that, okay? Workers in Tokyo, where shorts were officially approved in government offices, are reportedly dealing what has been dubbed leg hair harassment. So,
Leg hair harassment.
I mean, there's a lot of
love
things
that.
happening in the office. So, guys wearing shorts at the office, okay? My co-host, Kanika, starting with you. What say you?
Okay, to be honest, I don't want to see your leg hair.
Yeah,
But
literally.
at the end of the day, fashion now is so individualistic. That's a word, right?
It is.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
And I can't hate. Like, if you want to wear shorts, if that makes you happy, fine. If you're allowed to wear it, fine. But I feel like some workplaces will not allow that.
Not many.
If it's going to be too short, though, that's
Oh,
where
yeah.
there has to be
Yeah.
a
Oh, my
border.
God.
I don't see
Oh
this
my
working in
God.
government affairs, Bisma.
Yeah.
I don't see it on the Hill or in the corporate rooms. No.
Oh, no. I mean, imagine if Congress was full of like men wearing shorts. Like
John
nobody
Fetterman
would-
does. He's the one guy.
God. Yeah. So
that
like the
does.
thing is, like, you don't want to see the man's hairy knees.
No,
and
no.
thighs. I'm sorry, it's not something I want to be distracted by. I'm going to get
Yeah.
distracted by it. So no, absolutely
Yes,
not.
I could imagine. Now, Melissa, I'm seeing the shaking of the head. I gotta find out, why are you against this?
So I'm not against it. You can
Okay.
wear whatever the hell you want. I don't really care about men wearing shorts, just as long as your balls ain't hanging out from the side of your legs. I'm okay with that, because you have women that wear. What's the difference between a woman wearing a short skirt and showing her knees that doesn't shave, or a woman that wears a tank top and doesn't shave her armpits? So really, people should stop hating. For real, as long as you don't have nothing hanging out that's inappropriate, wear the damn shorts. And yes, I pull too in the morning. I use pulling oil.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what? Hey!
Oh,
I love it. You know what? This is why we love this show,
Love
because you know what?
that.
Everybody
Common
learns
ground.
from each other. You find common ground,
Yes.
and you laugh a little bit as well. Now, Freddie, I got to ask you, my friend, all right, because you are the fashion king, in my opinion, all right?
Yeah,
Now,
I am.
what do you say about men wearing shorts in the office space?
Okay, you see me wearing shorts right now.
You
right?
are. So,
Oh.
I mean, I
Well,
think
let me
we're going to
tell
be
you
on the same
something.
team here.
Very funny to say, but in a professional setting, though, like let's say I'm going to work with you guys at Fox 5, or if I work at the federal government, I have to dress up professionally. But wearing shorts like that in the federal government, they don't want to. I feel like I'm going to have to agree with Kanika on this one, and Bisma.
Yeah, of course. And
I'm going to have to agree.
And Jess, let me ask you, as someone that, you know, gets up early, you're working a lot with the mattresses and everything, is there a dress code at work? Are you guys allowed to wear shorts, you know, in the facilities, or is that a no-no? It looks like Jess is frozen. Looks like. Oh, I think we lost him. Oh no, I think he's back. Oh, we got him. Oh, Jess, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry
Yeah.
about
So
that.
Jess, what do you say about
we
this
can-
one?
We can wear shorts, thank goodness, because it gets mighty hot in there. And,
Good point.
I appreciate them letting us do that, because some warehouses don't let you do that. Not let you wear what you want.
Absolutely.
But where I work at, they let us wear shorts.
That's really nice, especially with this
And
weather.
I like wearing shorts past my knees.
Exactly. Listen, in this weather, especially in this DMV heat, it is not good. Chad, the final opinion goes to you for the panel, my friend. I mean, the gym, you're wearing shorts, but is it appropriate everywhere else?
work at a gym, so I'm going to take myself out of this, but I'm going to quote The Sopranos. A Don doesn't wear shorts.
Yes. Yes.
Don Draper would never wear shorts. Don
Very
Draper.
well done.
I love
Very well
that.
done. I mean, I think when you think about this issue of, you know, the fashion world, right?
Yeah.
It is starting to change.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, folks are, you know, this is my casual Friday. Okay, I'm not wearing a suit tonight. We had the TMZ guys who were, you know, breaking chops yesterday, saying that people shouldn't be wearing suits in DC anymore because everybody looks bad.
Oh,
all right.
wow.
Oh yeah. And now, like, you know, it's this
No
balancing
way.
act.
It is.
I think comforting clothing or comfort clothing is important.
Yeah.
But I mean, shorts to wear, I'll never get over that. When I see John
no.
Fetterman in there, I just no.
No.
You're in the Senate. You got to look decently well.
No.
I mean,
Have some decorum.
exactly. It's important stuff, because at the end of the day,
You feel better when you dress better.
you do feel better,
Yeah.
because I think comfort's important, but when you're dressed up nice,
Yeah.
and I think, you know, the audience would agree with this, that you end up feeling better about yourself.
Yeah.
You put your best foot
Yeah.
forward,
Yeah.
you're ready to
Yeah.
work, and you also bring your best ideas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
So some very spirited
Well said.
topics tonight. A lot of good disagreement, but you know what? We learned a ton from each other tonight
we did.
about routines and listening to music on constant repeat, which is always a fun one for me. Very relatable night on this Friday for Kanika, for Bisma, my wonderful co-host, for producer Jim, kicking butt over there, making this whole thing run for us. I am Tony P. This is Do You Like It or Not here on Fox Local, Fox 5, Tubi, wherever you get us in the stratosphere. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. All of our panelists online, thank you for your spirited opinions, and to all of you for chiming in tonight. Fox 5 News at 8 is coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, covering the White House Correspondents' Dinner, among other things, here in the DMV. Have a wonderful Friday night. Signing off here from the studio.
That's Tony's mic.
Mike's up.
Can you get me by any chance, Jim? Can you just record me at any chance?
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy. No, sorry to make you do this. It's just kind of a cool moment. I don't know. Thanks. Was it off? Oh, sorry. This damn phone's the worst.
10 seconds.
Yep. Always cutting it close.
You got it.
All right, ready? Here we go.
All right, show open in 3, 2.
Oh, hello. It is 9 o'clock, and that means it is time for the Live Zone Primetime. I'm Tony P. Riding solo tonight, okay? And I'll tell you, it's a little bit of a different view here tonight. Producer Chris is off tonight, and we miss him, but you're going to be stuck with me for the next hour. And I got to tell you, this is a wonderful Friday. Happy Friday to everybody here, and we're at the end of the week, folks, okay? Like, we finally made it. It felt a little long, but this weather today, ladies and gentlemen, I can't talk to you directly, but you can just think about this. A beautiful day it was today, 2 days in a row of non-humidity. When you think about this, okay, it is just truly a great thing to have near August, that it's kind of a little bit chilly in the morning, non-humid weather, truly a wonderful day. Now, we have to get some hard news, okay, because anything that's live and happening now, we're going to cover it. And tonight we have a return for the White House Correspondents' Dinner. White House Correspondents' Dinner 2.0 is taking place right now at the Waldorf Astoria in downtown Washington, D.C. Of course, remember back in April, the original White House Correspondents' Dinner was disrupted by an attempted assassination attempt inside the Washington Hilton back in late April for the original Correspondents' Dinner. So for folks who may not know what the White House Correspondents' Dinner is, this is basically what they call DC's prom night. It's basically the time where all reporters across the DC Bureau, White House correspondents get together and talk about the First Amendment. They present awards to journalists in the region, as well as they give out scholarships for aspiring journalists in the digital world, as well as linear television. So tonight, this is the Dinner 2.0 celebration. President Trump in attendance for this White House Correspondents' Dinner 2.0, and he's expected to speak around 9 o'clock coming up. Now we're at 9:01. Usually with the president, as we know, he tends to go either kind of late in the schedule and then can go later on into the night. So we don't know when he'll go on officially, but when he does, we will bring that full live coverage to you, his full remarks, which, according to the White House, are meant to be, quote unquote, unifying and also ferocious as well, according to the press inside the White House. So this will be a major event tonight. Wolf Blitzer at the moment, as you can see on your camera here, your TV, that the awards part of the dinner is being conducted right now. Wolf Blitzer giving out awards to many journalists. They have different categories based on reporting and White House correspondence work and things on the Hill. It's kind of like a mini Oscars presentation, if I could give you that reference, folks. So that is what you're seeing right now. Once President Trump gets on the wire, we will bring that all to you. I'll be quiet, and we'll go to the President of the United States. Now, big news today, folks, okay? Take politics out of it, take pop culture. Today was a major moment in professional basketball because the Philadelphia 76ers just continue to have a great offseason. First starting with my Celtics, Jaylen Brown, and now today, LeBron James announced on X that he will be signing with the Philadelphia 76ers in a major blockbuster signing, a 2-year deal roughly for about $8 million total with a player option as well in the contract. And you look at LeBron James's career, and in the tweet that he wrote today, it was very interesting. He started off by saying he didn't know if he was actually going to play or not in this year for him. He didn't think he loved the game anymore. He didn't feel as passionate. He didn't feel as quick, on his feet, for example, and really questioned whether he would play. And throughout the tweet, he mentions that he had some great time this offseason to think about what he wanted to do next, where he wanted to go, and what the game meant for him. And this all came to this culmination of signing with the Philadelphia 76ers. And I got to tell you, folks, it's an interesting move because folks across the spectrum in the NBA world today are kind of shocked by this. The headlines are saying it's shocking. Analysts are very, very surprised at what has happened here tonight. But he's coming to 76ers, and it looks like he is trying to win a title to go out on top. And Philadelphia did pretty well in the 2025-2026 season. They beat my Celtics in the first round. And they got to the Knicks semifinal round. They played them pretty well. They did lose a lot of the games, but they did play decently well. So when you think about this track, can Philadelphia become a basketball town? Could they win a title for the first time in forever? Because a lot of Phillies fans want a title. You got the Eagles that have had a title in the last couple of years with their Super Bowl a few years back, and it just, worked out. And now we'll see if they can bring a title for basketball to the area. And it truly is just one of those moments that seeing a legend himself make his move and become, got to make a championship run, as we can see. So that's the basketball news for us tonight. It truly is one of those days that you see a legend make his move and become part of a whole new team, just a whole new environment. And of course, we'll continue to watch. We're kind of watching right now with the Correspondents' Dinner because I'm watching some of the footage here. Sorry, it seems a little bit disjointed, but we're trying to see if the president is coming to the stage yet. He kind of got up a few times, motioned towards the dais, and then ended up not taking the mic. So it seems like we have some more rewards. Not rewards. We'll give some reward. You can say rewards. Awards ceremony will be taking place there, folks. So, I just think the final, I'll put a bow on this really hammered home point about LeBron. What's going to be interesting is whether Bronny James, who I think is under contract with the LA Lakers for at least the foreseeable future, does he eventually make his trip to Philadelphia? And the odds today, Kalshi, all the sports books were saying that the 76ers now are a major contender for the title, whether it be, against the Knicks or the Celtics out of the East, and then maybe playing San Antonio again as time goes on. We will see what happens there. And it's just, all these new headlines, things are happening so fast around the world of news, and it really is this fascinating stuff. You're seeing, year 22 for him. I think he's going to play well. I think the 76ers will probably get themselves to the, mid-playoff run. My Celtics, though, as I wear green tonight, folks, have, I think, some other ideas. Now, speaking of green, okay, folks, now last night, you all know we talked about dress and getting dressed up there and really, presenting. And we also saw TMZ, our DC folks, make a comment that too many people in DC are wearing suits. Too many of them are just too prim and proper. It doesn't make any sense, and the suits aren't good, and people are reusing suits, whether it be politicians or people like me alike. Well, tonight, folks, I have for you just a nice dressed-down outfit. Now, to some folks, this is business casual, but to me, this is the only casual I know. I have my little green shirt on tonight with some slacks, and that is about it, to feel a little bit flexible on this night here. Now, back to the Correspondents' Dinner for a second. I know we have that live footage still, but what's interesting to me, and what I didn't know in particular, is whether the performer who was supposed to be slated for the first time, Oz Perlman, the mentalist and psychic guy who does all the analysis and can tell you what your password is for your bank account. Man, that's scary. I would never put that in my head at all because I think he could find it. he will be back tonight as the main act after President Trump, I think. Once he speaks, Oz Perlman will do a reading, kind of go into the crowd and try to see if he can really read some minds of the major Washington, D.C. figures. And I have to think, what are the things that are on the minds of these Washington, D.C. elites that we're seeing, the journalists and the administration officials? I would love to see if he could actually read their mind and put out maybe some things that would be some headlines across the entire D.C. community and the papers as well. And it's just, we're just kind of waiting on this, because these events, they run very, very late. Folks, weddings run late, proms run late, and the White House Correspondents' Dinner is basically a very similar thing. They call it Nerd Prom, and I've been to it a couple times myself, and I can attest, it is Nerd Prom. It is very much so. The fashion's pretty good, though. For our TMZ friends making comments about how bad DC dresses, the folks at the Correspondents' Dinner get dressed up pretty well. And, they've all done a really good job. Of course, you had the attempted assassination of President Trump and others in the administration inside the Washington Hilton event when it happened in April, and that was very, very scary. It was just a tragic event here in D.C. It's very, very cool to see them getting together to actually have the event and just show that in the face of violence like that, the First Amendment will always live on. They will tribute that First Amendment and also give out the awards, because yes, it's all about the glitz and the glamour. It's the Nerd Prom thing. You see a lot of celebrities who've gone across the political spectrum as well as the entertainment world over the years. Great hosts like Conan O'Brien has hosted it and has done some jokes. You've had Colin Yost years back, and now you have your first mentalist. So it's a good mix of journalism and culture. However, though, it's about the scholarships. That is the biggest part of this event. It's about making sure that young journalists have an opportunity to study and get internships and really start to figure out what they're going to do with those degrees and how they're going to build their careers. And this is a major part of it, so it's a great cause, even though sometimes the dinner itself kind of gets viewed as an elite type of event or like a Met Gala thing. There is a lot of good that goes in for young journalists that are honored here tonight. So we'll continue to watch that as we try to see when the president goes on. Once that happens, we will have him there to get going for us. Now, we have a few stories that I want to cover for you because we have some time. A few stories we're watching here in D.C. and locally around this region. We're going to start with, of course, this 6-year-old boy remains hospitalized tonight, intubated and sedated after nearly drowning during a soccer camp held at the University of the District of Columbia. Police say that the child was found at the bottom of the pool while nearly 30 other children were swimming, and that the lifeguard on duty was on a lunch break at the time. The camp's head coach pulled the boy from the water and began CPR, and in the aftermath, UDC has placed its athletics director, this is recent news today, has placed its athletic director and its aquatics manager and the lifeguards involved on administrative leave, saying the move is not disciplinary but part of a full review of what happened in this case. The pool will remain closed until that investigation and a safety review are complete, and the boy's family say they are calling for accountability. A very tragic story here that we're just seeing unfold in this region, so that's a major thing to keep an eye on. A judge in Stafford County has denied bond for Jing Sheng Dong and the bus driver charged in the deadly chain reaction crash. We've been covering this a lot, Chris and I, that happened on I-95 back in May that killed 5 people and injured more than 40 others. Prosecutors argue that Dong is a flight risk, and the judge agreed with that. And it's a notable turn since a different judge had actually granted him bond earlier in the week on separate manslaughter charges, with conditions including surrendering his passports and house arrest. Investigators say that Dong failed to slow down for a highway work zone before striking multiple vehicles, and through his attorney, the attorney does dispute that account, saying his client wasn't speeding or distracted and was pinned inside the wreckage, unable to stop the bus. Dong's trial is scheduled for October 6th of this year. And then we'll be covering that case a lot. We've also had a lot of stories here on the show about driver safety and things of that nature, and road construction and so many things with infrastructure. This is a major case that we're following that involves that, trying to get to the bottom of why this happened. Why was there speeding of this bus when there were multiple cars in the way there? And of course, a family of 4 that was coming down for a wedding was a part of, the part of those who died in this awful crash. We send all of our love and prayers to everybody involved that has been going through this, and just it really is a tragic situation. And finally, one of the biggest stories we're seeing here in D.C. and on social media as well is that hundreds of incoming Howard University freshmen say they received emails this week informing them that they had been unenrolled in the class of 2030 just days before they were set to move into campus housing. The university says the students missed a July 10th deadline to pay tuition, but many of the families affected say they're still waiting on outside scholarships, military benefits, financial aid payments, which, by the way, as a former college student a few years ago, folks, this happens all the time, okay? Payments take some time, and I've never seen something like this where a large group of students end up being taken off the rolls. So, and those student accounts were supposed to have the money hit on August 1st. Howard has since released a statement saying it's reviewing cases involving pending aid. And meanwhile, both the Howard University Alumni Association and Student Association say they're pushing the school for a clearer path to reconsideration, with student leaders specifically raising concerns for those relying on BA benefits and international students who could face immigration complications if they are denied entry. It's a story that sparked plenty of reaction online, and one that Howard one Howard is calling still developing tonight. So very much a tragic story they made for so many students. When you think about it, I mean, this is supposed to be the most fun time, moving into college. It's a whole new journey for you, and you work so hard and you study, and now it's even harder to get into so many colleges. It costs so much money. You have to go out and get so many scholarships because some of the financial aid with the changes in the administration and the rules, it isn't as easy. It just simply isn't. And then you get there and you get an acceptance letter and you choose it and you get all your stuff ready to go and you're telling everybody, I'm going to Howard and it's going to be a great experience, only to have this because the aid hasn't arrived on time, which, by the way, folks, it is very normal for money to arrive on August 1st because the students will go back till sometimes mid-August. So it's not exactly a crazy notion to have the money be delayed. So I just think this is a very tragic situation in my mind. I think that they should find a way to actually get the students enrolled, give them a buffer time, because where are they going to go? Like, they've already enrolled. And there was one parent that was on a story today locally that had the money, had the actual money. I think it was like about $1,200 that they owed, and they had the money and they wanted to go into the bursar's office. That's the person who pays for everything and does the whole payment processing and things like that. That they were going to go in there and take care of it, and they were denied entry. So it just truly is something that it breaks your heart, and you hope that these students can find a path. It's not a great way to start because you think about just all the craziness and the chaos. It's not a thing as easy to come back from. So those are our stories tonight from inside the DMV and around on Fox Local. You can catch them here on fox5dc.com, Fox Local, all the Tubi sites, Stratosphere. You'll find those stories in any of those places. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see how far along we are at the Correspondents' Dinner, and when we will see President Trump speak, we'll take a quick look inside the ballroom at the Waldorf Astoria, and we'll also get to my top 10 headlines rundown like you usually see, Tony P's top 10. I'm kind of breaking the fourth wall here and talking about myself. But Tony P's top 10 and more White House Correspondents' Dinner coverage coming up next. Welcome back to the Live Zone Primetime here on Fox 5, Fox Local 2B, the Stratosphere, wherever you can find us. I'm Tony P. in tonight's solo for producer Chris. And folks, we're going to be watching, of course, the big event tonight, the breaking news, the live news that's happening now is the White House Correspondents' Dinner 2.0, and we're just getting into the awards portion of this ceremony. It seems like they're a few minutes behind because the President of the United States was projected to speak at about 9 o'clock, and it is, of course, 9:18, way past that now. But we know from knowing D.C. and how these politicians work and how a lot of folks work in these events generally, that these things can run late. So it seems that it's going to be probably around 9:30, I would say, at this point, that we'll hear the President of the United States speak. And when he gets on the dais, we will bring that full live coverage to you. Before that, we covered first few stories that are happening right here in the DMV and those more local stories. We're going to now go to Tony P's Top 10. Again, I'm talking about myself in the meta world here, kind of breaking the fourth wall of this show. But we're going to do now Tony's Top 10. And we're going to start right here in D.C. with the Pentagon. The Pentagon's official defense casualty analysis system removed 4 service members from its publicly listed count of those who died in the Iran war currently on Thursday, dropping the tally from 18 to 14, even though their names had appeared in a Pentagon press release accompanying Wednesday's dignified transfer ceremony at Dover. Pentagon spokesman Sean Parnell blamed temporary data disruptions and said the site anomalies were being corrected in the moment. But the site still showed 14 on Friday, and the New York Times reported the 4 removed because they died after President Trump had declared a ceasefire in April, even though hostilities clearly resumed. So I would say, a very chaotic and also very insulting thing that happened there, because those are 4 heroes whose names should absolutely be recognized for their incredible just sacrifice in these horrible, horrible times. So we send, of course, all of our love to those who have perished in this Iran war. 2 small businesses, spice importer Burlap and Barrel and toy company Basic Fun, filed a lawsuit today at the U.S. Court of International Trade. I didn't even know that existed, challenging President Trump's new round of forced labor tariffs on 60 countries, arguing the administration is trying to resurrect duties the Supreme Court already ruled illegal. The lawsuit, backed by the Liberty Justice Center, which won the earlier Supreme Court tariff case, argues the new Section 301 levies require more detailed country-specific findings than the administration has provided. The DNC, the Democratic National Committee Rules and Bylaws Committee, voted 26 to 19 today to recommend that South Carolina hold the first Democratic presidential primary of 2028 on January 22nd, followed by Nevada on February 1st and New Hampshire on February 8th, with New Mexico, Michigan, and Virginia, right here, it's coming home, will round out the early field of expanded 6 early states. So those states, folks, just for those who may not know the Super Tuesday and all the lingo of politics for the primaries, those states kind of start the primary season, and you go to Super Tuesday. That's when you start to figure out who's the front runner in all these races and who could be the nominee of either party. This is only the Democratic side, okay? The recommendations, which require full DNC approval at its August meeting in Austin, Texas, officially pushes Iowa off the early voting calendar for the first time since 1976, before the movie Rocky came out, folks. That tells you how long it's been since that has happened. And it is now designed to open the 2028 race in a state where black voters play a central role, according to the DNC, and making the entire slate a lot more diverse, not just, from kind of a diversity perspective, but also from political leanings, moderate versus progressive versus centrist. A lot of folks complained in the past that the states were kind of more lean towards progressive ideology. You had a lot of New England states that didn't have a lot of diversity, let's be honest. You had, Iowa, and you had New Hampshire. Now you have a much more diverse array of states that are getting their voice, including Virginia, which usually, folks, is in the Super Tuesday slate. You kind of just forget that the primary is even there. And sometimes before Super Tuesday, the race is already decided. So the cool thing is, voters here in the DMV are going to get a chance to really make their voice heard during primary season for Democrats. A 3-judge panel on Thursday declined to block Tennessee's new congressional map, which splits Memphis's historically black 9th congressional district into thirds, paving the way for the map to be used in the August 6th primary. The panel said plaintiffs lack sufficient evidence of racial as opposed to political motivation, even as the Republican legislature drew the map just days after the Supreme Court weakened the Voting Rights Act and moved to eliminate Democrat Steve Cohen's seat. A Kenmore Air seaplane carrying 10 passengers and a pilot crashed and caught fire today after an Thursday evening, after an emergency landing near Sousa Island in Washington State's San Juan Islands, about 84 miles northwest of Seattle. All 11 people aboard were rescued by the Coast Guard and local emergency responders, though one person was left in critical condition with head injuries and broken bones. And the NTSB and the FAA have both launched independent investigation into this. I'll tell you, I think this, like we're seeing with the smoke from the wildfires that are happening, with planes not taking off on time. We're seeing a lot of air hazards. We've seen crashes in the DC area. This stuff is always very scary to me. And as someone, I kind of watch a lot of these type of shows about like airline crashes, things like that. These investigations are very, very scary. They're also very detailed. So they will find the answer to what happened in this very, very just tough and very, really just tough crash over there. So we send, of course, all of our love to those impacted and their families today. 2 women are speaking out after discovering through DNA tests that their sons, Jeremy Morrison and Kyle Byland, were the only 2 babies born on January 6, 1988 at Unity Medical Center in Grafton, North Dakota, and were sent home with each other's families. The hospital does not dispute a switch occurred, but says medical and staffing records from that period no longer exist. And the families are suing Unity Medical for what Morrison called a nightmare you can never fully wake up from. That is truly scary stuff. I mean, how do you mess that up, and how do you not have records from 1988? You can't find them digitally or things of that nature. That is preposterous, in my opinion. In the world of business, Paramount Skydance filed a court stipulation today agreeing not to close its $110 billion merger with Warner Bros. Discovery until June 1st, 2027, or 5 days after a court rules on the antitrust case brought by 12 states' attorneys general, whichever comes first. The voluntary delay, which came after a California judge granted a temporary restraining order on Monday, means the company will owe Warner Bros. Shareholders a quarterly ticking fee of 25 cents per share starting on September 30th, adding up to roughly $1.7 billion if the deal slides all the way to June. So you're adding to that cost, and this deal, folks, was done on a lot of debt taken on by Paramount and Larry Ellison, Oracle. I think the Saudi Arabian government was involved in this too. They're taking on a lot of debt now, including the $1.7 billion price tag that will most likely be a part of this arrangement. A new Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis study found that only 53% of American adults actually own their homes, not the widely cited 65%. If I could not get any more hopeless about young people owning homes, this just did it for me. Because the Standard Census Bureau measure counts occupied homes rather than the adults who own them. The gap is widest among adults under 35, of course that is, where the true ownership rate is just 22% against the reported 37%. With lead researcher Eric Hembree telling CBS News that when you hear 2/3 of Americans are homeowners, you take that to mean 2/3 of adults, which is factually not true. And what's the biggest concern we have as young people? Now, I'm saying we, not everybody in the audience tonight is going to be my age, but you probably heard it from your family, sons, daughters, nieces, nephews, that the housing crisis is very, very hard right now. We can't find anything, the mortgage rates are too high, and if you don't put that 20% down, which is getting even harder with the baseline price getting so high, that you're going to end up paying, $4 or $5 grand a month. It ends up being not even worth it. Why own a home if you're going to be sinking yourself into debt further and further? We have to figure out a way to get the numbers back up, folks, because it's getting way too much. Now, switching to a little more positive subject, to the movies, because Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey is still on a roll, folks. It's tracking for an $84.5 million second domestic weekend, which could represent a rare 31% drop from its $123.5 million opening, a historically strong hold for a blockbuster with $250 million budget. No major studio dared to open up against it this weekend, and Nolan told The Hollywood Reporter, the film's several horror sequences very much whet my appetite for more work in the genre. So Christopher Nolan, he's going to be doing a lot more horror, I think. I think I could see him doing a film similar to like Silence of the Lambs, so I'm not really horror back then it was, but I think a little bit of a lighter horror movie now, because just things have gone crazy at the movies when it comes to horror and being scary. But I think when you look at whether it be some of these movies that are coming out, like The Purge years ago, The Purge, or you saw, Obsession. I'm trying to find the movies that are made by YouTubers. You could find a way to blend the YouTube creativity, and you bring on a director like Christopher Nolan to kind of make those the influencer movie journeys really work out. It could be an incredible collaboration. And finally, Dallas Cowboys quarterback and CBS NFL lead analyst Tony Romo was arrested Thursday night in Milwaukee County on suspicion of operating while intoxicated after being pulled over on Interstate 43 and performing poorly on the field sobriety tests. Romo, 46, was in Wisconsin for the annual Wisconsin Amateur Championship Golf Tournament. It was booked and released and faces a court date of September 21st on the issue. In Wisconsin, a first offense for OWI, and that was what he was charged with, is a civil citation carrying a fine of $150 to $300 and not a criminal charge. And what's interesting is I just saw Tony Romo up close at another celebrity golf tournament event where I got this shirt, actually, the American Century Golf Championship in Lake Tahoe, and he nearly won the event. And he had a really solid performance, all those things. And this is him on the circuit. He's playing a lot of these tournaments before he gets ready for his season of analyzing football and being the number 2 to Jim Nantz, and does a very good job, in my opinion, even though he gets a little bit of social media hate now and again from, social media world. But again, have you ever heard social media world being positive about anybody? So, I kind of take that as a badge of honor for him. But this is an interesting case. So again, thank God nobody was hurt. Thank God he didn't put anybody in harm's way, and hopefully he learns a lesson from this moment, because it's a very embarrassing but also a very unsafe moment for Tony Romo there. And it was funny because I was thinking about so our producer Kanika, who's wonderful here. You don't see her on the camera, but she is wonderful. She was in Milwaukee, and when she said she was in Milwaukee for the week, I was thinking, where did I hear Milwaukee before? Then I was like, well, I heard it in the rundown that I was writing up. I wrote down Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and that's where we have this embarrassing and unsafe case that happened out there. So very much a story we'll keep watching, and we'll see if there's any fallout for what happened with him and his current occupation at CBS, but I don't think that'll happen. But again, we just hope he takes this and learns a lesson from what happened there, because you cannot be operating like that, folks. Whether you're out in D.C. or celebrity traveling to golf tournaments, if you can't drive, just get an Uber. It's easier now, okay? My father uses this quote all the time. He goes, years ago, you'd have to, wait for your buddy or wait for your parents to come pick you up. You have to go to a payphone. Now you can just get it on this in 2 seconds. Make good decisions, folks. It can save your life and save many others. Now we're going to come back in a couple minutes. We're going to take a little break here, though. We're still monitoring the White House Correspondents' Dinner, waiting for the address from the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, who will be giving his remarks at the Correspondents' Dinner, which the White House press office said will be unifying and ferocious. So who knows what he's going to be saying there at the address, because we know there is a much kind of a divide between the president and the fourth estate, being the press. So we're going to keep watching the timer on this, see when he comes on, as well as the rest of the Correspondents' Dinner coverage live here on the Live Zone Primetime. Welcome back to the Live Zone Prime Time. It is 9:30 on the East Coast and 6:30 in the West Coast. I always wanted to do that, so that's a new opening I'm trying out. Of course, we're continuing to watch the live coverage of the White House Correspondents' Dinner 2.0. For those of you who you may not remember, there was an attempted assassination of President Trump and others at the event in April, the official event at the Washington Hilton, and now it's at the Waldorf, a smaller event to accompany for safety. Now, we were telling you that once President Trump got to the mic, we would go live to him, and we're going to go live to the President of the United States giving his address at the White House Correspondents' Center, the first time that President Trump has been on the dais for this event. We go to the President.
Those awards, all those awards. But it's great to be back at a place that I know very well because I built it. And I'm very proud of it because I built it for $2.9 billion less than the Federal Reserve building, which is a lot smaller, by the way. Figure that one out. But I am delighted to be here at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Amazing people, a lot of people that I like. Some I don't like at all. But I respect most of them, I must say that. You do a great job, amazing job, and it's an honor. As I said 3 months ago, the show must go on. We were backstage, and we both wanted to just have it go on, whether it was 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, it didn't matter. But in the end, it made more sense to do it the way we're doing it. And we had a great news conference at the White House, in a very important room. And you did very well. I think we all did very well. It was a hell of an evening, I can tell you that. Won't soon be forgotten. And I think a lot was learned from that evening. A tremendous amount was learned about security and about other things, the dangers of what we all do. But just like my presidency, the second time is always better. It's always better. And the third time will be better yet. I'm only kidding. From the earliest moments after the attack on our dinner last April, I knew we had to reschedule this event as soon as possible. We had to do it very quickly, and we met very quickly, and we figured something out. But the attempted mass murder at the Washington Hilton, that's what it could have been, was an assault on our democracy itself. A very serious situation. Many of you were there with me, and some showed extreme bravery, like Pete Hegseth, Steve Miller, Tom Holman. Really? They were standing on tables, and most of you were under the tables, okay? But they did. They showed. I saw every one of them that was standing up in those tables. I didn't know if they were brave, if they were smart, if they were stupid as hell. But they were on those tables in some cases, and there were a lot of different feelings going on in the room at that moment. But after hearing the gunshots, many people yelled, "Get down, get down," which caused Nicki Minaj to start twerking. Do you believe it? Get down. She's the only one that really understood what that meant. It's quite an evening. But tonight we come back together to answer that heinous attack with unwavering resolve. And every one of us here this evening to show that in America, we do not yield to political violence. We can't do that. Can't do it. So in this country, we believe in freedom of speech. We settle our differences not with bullets, but with open and vigorous debate. And no deranged loser with a gun will ever change that. We can't let that ever happen. There are a lot of very dangerous people out there. We can't let it happen. I want to begin by expressing our gratitude to the incredible men and women who put their lives on the line every day to protect my family and myself, all presidents, and lots of others. That's the United States Secret Service, so I appreciate it very much. And Sean and the whole group, amazing job. Amazing job. In recent months, they've repeatedly responded to threats with speed and professionalism and extraordinary courage, and there is no better example of that than Officer Victor Gonzalez, who we just met. It was amazing. What he did was amazing. When the would-be assassin charged the checkpoint at speed, he was fast. You know, when you looked at that, you had to look at it about 10 times before you really saw what was going on. He was quick, nasty. The gun made him nasty, actually. But Officer Gonzalez engaged the attacker without hesitation and took a bullet to the chest after his ballistic vest, fortunately, was on, saved his life. And Victor did not even want to go to the hospital for a checkup. We insisted, really, we wanted him to do it. We insisted, but he didn't want to go. So to Officer Gonzalez, Secret Service, Metropolitan Police, law enforcement generally, and even all of the military who surround us in the room tonight, we salute you and we thank you with all of our hearts. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job. Great job. These are great people. So this evening we're picking up right where we left off, so let's have a little bit of fun. You know, I said, what do we do here? Is this supposed to be fun? Am I supposed to be serious? Am I supposed to be a comedian? So I guess you said maybe a little bit of everything. I know one thing, I could never have done the speech that I had ready just a short while. Oh, that was going to be a doozy. I was so psyched. I was going to rip people. And I don't know, just something changed. It's really for the better, but I just wouldn't want to do that. But we'll do a little ripping if you don't mind. But it is true. I said, how do we handle this? It's going to be a different kind of an evening, and it is. And in many ways, it's a more beautiful evening, actually. Everyone's looking really good tonight, and I know it was not easy finding shoes to go along with your bulletproof vest, which many people didn't want to wear because they'd rather die than look 20 pounds heavier. You know that, right? We have that a lot. They put one on me. I said, are you sure I'm not wearing this? No, you look exactly 20. They say, sir, it's about 21 pounds. They said, not good. But I want to thank the outgoing president of the White House Correspondents' Dinner Association. Now, she won't admit it, and she should not admit it, but we sort of became friendly. You know, in times of stress, on occasion, you become friendly. I have a lot of respect for Ouija, and I tell you, we went through a little bit of a war together. It turned out pretty good. It turned out pretty good because of a lot of good people. They stopped the tragedy, so I want to thank you very much. Fantastic job. And Ouija worked extremely hard to ensure this dinner was rescheduled, and we want to just thank her family. I just met her parents, her children, her husband. What a perfect family. So it's really great. Thank you very much, all, for putting up with this, right? But let me also thank the incoming president of the Correspondents Association, Jackie Heinrich. She can be very tough as a reporter, I will tell you. She can be nasty. She looks so beautiful, but she can be so nasty. How could that happen? But she just got married to a very successful congressman, a very good congressman. I'd like to have a couple of more votes from him, but that's okay. On occasion, he shows a little independence. We don't like that. But now he's a very professional guy, and he loves our country. But that's a big thing. I just see what takes place. We're talking about what takes place to be in the position that you're leaving and that Jackie's coming into. And it's a lot of work, a lot of friendships, a lot of talent. And so, Jackie, congratulations. And congratulations are also in order for our favorite White House press secretary, Caroline Levitt, who just had her second child. You and your husband. She's great. She's done a fantastic job. We all love her. She's done a fantastic job. She is another one. She can be nasty. But sometimes she has no choice, right? But Caroline may have one of the hardest jobs in the White House. She has to deal with all of you all of the time. And you can be very difficult. You can be very, very difficult people. But I'm probably being a little bit oversensitive. Sometimes I really do think that some of you don't like me. In fact, I read a report, I get 93% negative publicity. 93. So how the hell did I win the election by so much? Think of it, I don't think that's true. I can't believe it's 93. In the 80s maybe, but not 93. But this place is really the largest group of Trump derangement syndrome people ever put together at one time, I suspect. Some of you are lucky that our last dinner was cut short because I had brought with me what would possibly have been, I'm telling you, I had something. I was going to go after you. I feel so badly doing this. It's going to be such a letdown. Oh, yay. But your lives were really in danger the last time for an opposite reason. But on the plus side, your careers were saved, and we have we really do. We have a complete and total. I love the words complete and total. They say, but it means almost the same thing. I said, it doesn't matter when you say it. It's called emphasis. It's called emphasis. But everyone is now really warming up. The new White House Military Center, drone port, highly protected ballroom. We have our ballroom. The windows are this thick. I said to the people, well, if a bullet hits, what happens? Nothing. Nothing. It bounces right off, sir. This is the greatest bulletproof glass. I said, AK-47. That's supposed to be a big one. I don't know so much about the guns. My sons know a lot. But I said, I know it's big. What would happen? They go up, meaning it can take more. I said, so if I'm making a speech and I hear that pinging sound at a window, what would I do? Sir, leave the room right away, but you're going to be safe. We're building something that's going to be amazing. And in light of what we went through, I think people understand it. It's going to be amazing. A phenomenal, one of the biggest drone ports anywhere in the world, right on the roof, right protecting the White House, not only the ballroom. And what's underneath, it's supposed to be a top military secret, what's underneath, but then you get sued as usual, and you have to reveal that you're building this unbelievable situation downstairs with room after room of very complex stuff. It was the military's dream to have it built. I wanted to have a ballroom because for 150 years they wanted it. And then the generals came to see me and they said, sir, you're building something. This gives us an opportunity to do something that will be so unbelievable, never happen again. Because there's very little built under the White House, very hard to build under a very fragile building like that. It's very fragile, it's old, and a little different construction standards, frankly. And this is an opportunity for us to build something very powerful. I said, let's keep it secret. They said, no, we're telling you, sir, let's keep it secret. And then we get sued and we revealed every room, We told the people that did the suing, they're not good people. We told them, we said, you're being very unpatriotic when you bring a suit like this, but it is what it is, but it's really going, it's moving fast. We're ahead of schedule. We're right on budget. And it's going to be something like, I think, no country has. I just visited China. They have this magnificent room, the Great Room. They call it the Great Room. It's a great room, but what we have is going to blow. There won't be anything like it. It's going to be fantastic. And with all of the things that are going along with it for safety and security of future presidents. I'm only going to be using it for about 6 months, assuming we finish it right on time. I get to use it. Somebody said, he's building it for himself. I'm building it for the future. I'm not building. I use it. Now, had I not gone down 6 or 7 stories, then in that case, I would have been able to get a couple of years out of it. But that was far more complex what we did downstairs than what we do upstairs. So we're very proud of it, though. It's going to be amazing. And I think I was just telling the whole group sitting at the table we were talking about it. I said, I think, it's White House correspondence. So I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be able to use that. It's going to be very large and very beautiful and very safe. And that's what you need. So I was thrilled to see that after witnessing the attack, even Democrat Senator John Fetterman told his fellow Democrats to drop the Trump derangement syndrome and build the White House ballroom. But it's much more than that. It's something that you're going to use. I predict that you're going to end up using it, and a lot of people are going to end up using it. They're going to be as safe as you can possibly be. But despite everything that happened at the previous dinner and all of the dangers involved, I'm told that this is still the hottest ticket in town. This ticket to get in tonight, because it's a smaller room, it's a beautiful room, it's a luxury room. See those beautiful chandeliers? I can tell you everything about them if you'd like to know. See that beautiful Capitol above? See the beautiful Capitol? See everything, the brass. Those chandeliers are great. I'm looking at it, I'm saying, I wonder if I could, I sold this building. And they're doing a nice job, but they're nice people. But I'll tell you, I'm looking at it, I'm saying, I wonder if I could walk out with those chandeliers, because you can't buy them. They're very special. I won't tell you the fact. I won't mention that they're Czech crystal, because I'd like to say everything's made here, but they are Czech crystal. And they are beautiful. And the Waldorf people are doing a really nice job. We're proud of them, actually, because, when I left town, I was a little angry. I was a little bit angry. I was offered a nice price. I said, I'm getting out of that place. And then I said, let's make a comeback. And but I was very proud of this building. This building was hot. Remember the lobby floor? 82,000 feet. For those in the real estate business, 82,000 feet. That's a major floor. That thing was packed every single night. It was packed, mostly Republicans, I would say, but it was packed every single night. It almost brings back memories. But I left town, and I have just had nothing but good experience. And this might be the best experience of all, having all of these incredible people in this room. It's a great feeling, frankly. It's a great feeling. But tonight's event, thank you. But tonight's event is even crazier than the last time. In fact, it's so successful that I've been informed by CBS News' David Ellison, who's going to do a fantastic job. He's the owner. He bought it, spent a lot of money, and he's going to make, I think, fantastic changes and keep some of the great stuff going. But that next year they're going to call it the Trump White House Correspondence Center. He told me that, and I like that very much. We're going to change the name of it, okay? Oh, it's going to be so hot, just like our country is hot. We are hot, by the way. But to be honest, it's just about the only way that they're going to ever get me back here. You're going to have to change the name of the dinner. But how's that one going? Not too good. I hope that everyone finally got to enjoy their entire, very delicious beef tenderloins, very special beef. And I want you all to know that Bobby Kennedy, who's right here, personally ran over the cow in his car. And he cut it up and he brought it here for you to eat tonight. So it's very fresh. And Bobby also suggested an appetizer featuring his favorite cut of male raccoon roadkill. But we drew the line at that, Cheryl. We said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not doing that. We love Bobby. I'll tell you, it is a piece of work. You think it is fun, but he is a very different kind of a person, I will tell you. But he has what it takes, and he's smart, and he loves the country, and he wants people to be made to feel good. You agree with that, Bobby? He wants people to feel good. And he's doing a fantastic job. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. We can joke all we want, but thank you. A lot's happened since the last time we were all together. Last month, we hosted one of the most incredible sporting events in world history at the White House, the UFC Freedom 250 fight. The UFC fight. When I announced that we're going to build a boxing ring right outside of the front door of the White House, that took a lot of heat. But it turned out that was, they say, about the most viewed fight in history. It was beautiful. So many things happened. It was supposed to rain. We're going to do it the week before, and the weather was beautiful. And the weather came, and it went, and now we came up to Wednesdays. They said, sir, this was on a Sunday night, replacing 60 Minutes, which is nice and unusual, because usually it's Saturday night. And they said, sir, this was from Wednesday on. Tell me about weather, right? sir, it's going to rain. I think you're going to have to. It's going to be one of the worst storms that we've seen in a long time. It's coming up the coast. It's going to hit you on Sunday night. It's going to be a disaster. I'm saying, can you believe? And you saw the ring we built, Dana White, the great Dana White, and everything. We had the best fighters in the world. Turned out we had the best fights that most people have ever seen, including me. It was just a miracle. But what happened is we're waiting for this rain to come all day long, and it's coming, and it's horrible. And it's 8 o'clock, and we say, I think it hasn't rained yet. I said, maybe we should postpone it an hour. Maybe we should make it the next day. We didn't know what to do. And finally, we just said, let's just have it. And it never rained. It was perfect. In fact, the week before, it was 92 degrees. It was nice, but this was like 72 degrees. And the rain was coming, and it came right over the White House, and it was like, thank you very much. It went like this. And other areas were drenched a few miles away. We didn't have a drop of rain. And it was absolutely one of the most incredible things anybody's ever seen. People said it's one of the most incredible nights of their lives. So just remember, before I came along, if you wanted to see someone lose consciousness on the South Lawn of the White House, all you had to do is ask Joe Biden a question. Remember that. Oh, you think I'm kidding. But the big fight was such an amazing success that tonight I'm pleased to announce that we're going to host an even bigger one right in front of the White House. Every Friday night, every Saturday night, we're going to have fights in front of the White House. But we do have something coming and I'm only kidding. You know, the one thing about the press that I learned, don't be sarcastic. Because I'm a very sarcastic person, and I get sarcastic, and most people know that, but you have some bad people that will write it exactly like I say it. And I said I was only kidding. But we are going to have Indy 500. Roger Penske's coming in mid-August, and they're going to have it all throughout Washington, the greatest cars, the greatest drivers in the world. And that's going to be something. Already they have over 350,000 people signed up, going down Pennsylvania Avenue, around the Capitol. And Roger, who's incredible, he won the Indianapolis 500 20 times. Think of it. Germany, Japan, all these countries, they spend billions and billions of dollars trying to win the Indy 500. And Roger wins it. He literally won it 20 times. On the 18th time, I said, you know, that's amazing. I'm going to give him the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And I had him up. And then he won it 2 times after that. The guy's amazing. And he lost the last one by about 6 inches, if anybody watched it. So they're coming here, and it's going to be something really exciting. We have unbelievable events. It's an unbelievable country. And on July 4th, we were over at the mall, and it was raining. It was supposed to be really bad again. And we had 450,000 people show up, and that's a light number. And I was told, sir, we're going to have to cancel the event. This was not good. And it was drizzling a little bit, not raining very hard. And people are calling me, friends of mine were calling me. And I got a call from Brett Baer. Brett Baer said, it's not raining. I said, where are you? I'm standing at the mall, and I'm waiting to go in the White House. Then others called up. They said the same thing. And I said, you know, this is terrible. But there was lightning. Not big lightning, but you don't have to have big lightning. It takes just a little bit to do some big damage. So they said, everybody must leave. 450,000 people were forced to leave, and they left. And then I said to myself, let me call up and find out what the hell's going on. And I called up, and I spoke to a brilliant young man. He said, don't worry about it, sir. We can do it in a couple of weeks. I said, you can't do it in a couple of weeks. This is the 250th birthday. In 2 weeks, what are we going to do? Say, let's go? We're going to have a redo? No. I said, I'll speak if I have to speak at 3 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. I don't care. Call them all back. They're all gone. 450,000, and most of them were in cars or heading back to Texas, and it was sad. And we said the show must go on. Very much like here, we said the same term, right? The show, it's a great term. It's true in life. The show has to go on. The show must go on. And I said, the show must go on. I put it out on Truth. The show must go on. And we had probably, Peter, 150,000 people come back, up higher, maybe. Thank you. Let's stand up, Peter. Tell them. More, right? It might have been more, but it was amazing. It was just an amazing crowd, and actually worked out better. A little like this, it worked out better than if we had done it at the normal 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock time. It was incredible. We started speaking at 11 o'clock in the evening, but tremendous numbers of people, thousands and thousands came roaring back, and it was a great evening, and it was a celebration. And we didn't do it the following day, and we didn't do it 2 weeks later. We did it when we were supposed to do it. It was a fantastic celebration. But I can exclusively reveal to you this evening that for the heaviest of the heavyweights, we will have sloppy Chris Christie, one of the sloppiest human beings you'll ever meet, fighting, I would say, I could mention the governor of Chicago, but I'm going to mention instead Jerry Nadler. And they're fighting for a big piece of cheesecake, big fat piece of cheesecake. Who the hell wrote that line? But it is true. And then you have a Congresswoman, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC plus 3. That's her 3 friends, right? AOC plus 3, and I watched her give that answer when she was over in Europe. It was not a good answer. If I ever gave that answer, I would be out of politics. Remember, you cannot have a 19-second wait time to answer really a very quite simple question. But we'll then have a rematch against an extreme, simple question on a foreign policy from Munich Security Conference. It was a big security conference, and this was our first time up in terms of that. And we had a sort of little preview, and then Anderson Cooper is going to fight.
You are currently watching President Trump give his remarks at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Of course, it was rescheduled from its original April timeframe at the Washington Hilton. Of course, there was the attempted assassination inside of the Washington Hilton, the tragic event that happened there in April. This is the 2.0, the second dinner that they are having in response to that attack. So President Trump is in the middle of his remarks, a mix of a more comedic speech, traditional, where presidents get up there and have a few jokes. He did a little razzing with Secretary of Health and Human Services Bobby Kennedy about the dinner for the night, and now he's getting more into his discussion of the 4th of July event, things around D.C., and doing a little bit of mild roasting. So the president's still up there, he's speaking. I'm going to come off the air now because this is what you want to be looking at, is the live footage. Of course, if it's live and happening now, I'm going to bring it to you. So for producer Kanika, I am Tony P. here at Fox 5, the Live Zone Primetime. I'm going to keep the coverage of the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
3 people showed up, and given the choice between seeing some of the really beat up faces of the UFC, almost everyone chose the people in the UFC. It was between the 2 of them of the UFC. And what about Bruce Springsteen? What the hell happened to that guy? He looks like hell. I don't care what anyone says. I'm not supposed to say, I'm sure he doesn't like the way I look, but I don't look so bad. But at a recent concert, Bruce, all he did was talk politics. He ought to run for office. That'd be interesting. But all he talked about, he made 4 political speeches in his 3-hour show. The tour has been renamed Bored in the USA. And his new song was so bad that Chris Christie, who's like a fan, he goes out and tells everybody how he hates Chris Christie. Keep that guy out of my... And I see Chris Christie there again, high-fiving Bruce Springsteen in the aisle, and Bruce Springsteen saw him and didn't even lift his hand up. And I just wanted, because I used to be friendly with Chris, when somebody doesn't like you, write them off, forget it. You got billions of people in the world. You don't have to make a jerk out of yourself. But usually a comedian hosts this dinner, and I think we sort of changed it. Tonight we're going to have somebody who I think is really spectacular, but I've watched comedians get up for the dinner, because I have been here actually quite a few times, people don't realize. And there's one time in particular when Barack Hussein Obama hosted it. Do you know who that is? And he hit me hard, but actually he hit me with respect. I was sitting with Melania at a table, and you had Brooklyn Decker, supermodel, at a table right next to her. And I really always will like her. She's married to a great tennis player, Andy. And she was at the table, not at my table. And I have watched this clip thousands of times. They keep playing it because they think that was the evening I decided to run for president. It was not. In fact, I loved the evening. I looked at my wife. I said, can you believe it? All these people, that's all they're doing is talking about me. I love this dinner. It's true. And Obama was nice. It's amazing how things work out. He actually showed a picture of the White House with a big Trump on top. Like I put a sign, and I'm sort of doing that when you think about it, right? I mean, he wasn't really wrong. But no, he was respectful. He was good, but it had nothing to do. It had nothing to do. I just decided that I wanted to make America great again. This had nothing to do with that dinner. I've gotten so many calls, and for years they've been saying, was that the moment you decided to run? Really, no. I left that night, and the press was there. A lot of the same people that I see, they said, did you have a good time? Unbelievable. And some thought I didn't have, but I did have. And I always remember, though, Brooklyn. She was so angry. She was much angrier than me. She was angry. She thought they were mocking me. And they really weren't. It was just one of those things. And I had a great time. But I left, and I thought I was there 3 or 4 times before that. But I sort of thought, wow, that dinner is really something special. And then I ran. I got elected. I thought the press treated me very, very unfairly. And I don't know. I think I made the right decision, because you hate to go where maybe you're not wanted, but they did want me. They wanted me for ratings, and they wanted me for other reasons, but not for love. And I said, I'm not going to go. First time that ever happened, I think. Was that the first time? Just about. Presidents always came. And I didn't go for 4 years because I got treated terribly by the press. In my opinion, unfairly. I know unfairly because I know the facts, but I got treated unfairly. I didn't go. And this year I was called by your president and your chairman and all of the people, and they said, we'd like to do it. And I said, you know what? With time goes by, time passes, and you sort of look at life a little bit differently. I said, let's do it. And I didn't know it was going to turn out the way it did. It turned out to be the biggest event in the history of your day. That was by far the biggest, right? For all the wrong reasons. But as I said before, a lot was learned from that evening. So much having to do with so many different things, including security. But it's an honor to do it. This is my first. I've been to it numerous times, but as president, I haven't been here. And I'm glad. And they said, would you do it next year? I said, I will be back next year. Now, if you get really, really nasty, maybe not. I don't know. But we're going to be back next year. And well, Jackie will treat me very bad. But this year, the association decided not to have a comedian, so they considered using Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon. These guys, they're terrible. They're terrible. Stephen Colbert. These are people without talent. They get a lot. They have talent. You know who has talent? Their agent, getting them the money they get. They have no talent. But they are not comedians. They're not funny people. They're angry people. They're sick people. But the association really put on a big show, and they have somebody very special. I look forward to seeing him. And so they thought about going with a professional clown for entertainment, but Adam Shifty Schiff was not available. He's known. I called him. I hate some people. I shouldn't say this. I'm not supposed to hate. I'm supposed to love everybody. But he's a terrible person. He's a liar. And I called him Watermelon Head because he has the largest head I've ever seen with the smallest neck, pencil neck. How does that big, fat, ugly head stand on a little pencil neck? And then I'm told that even Rosie O'Donnell reached out from Ireland. She really wanted to be here in order to honor me. She loves me very much, and she was desperate to come back to the United States and pay her respect to Donald J. Trump. But that didn't work out, unfortunately, because nobody wanted her to come back. But she's one of the greatest sufferers of Trump derangement syndrome. She's a sick young woman, sick older woman, I guess now I have to say. So instead, we're honored to have, for entertainment, the very talented mentalist, Oz Perlman. And everybody, they said, are you going to stay? I said, yeah, I'll stay. I think I'll stay. What the hell else am I going to do? I've got Iran, I've got this, I've got that, which is all going extremely well. Don't believe the fake news. It's the only thing we were talking before, I said, so we've hit Iran very hard. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. 250 jets, no longer. 159 boats, good boats. In fact, I said, why the hell didn't we keep them? We could have used them. But 159, but all at the bottom of the sea. They have no radar. They have very few drones left, despite what you see. And every once in a while, they're going to set some things up, but they don't have much left. And by the way, they are talking to us right now. They'd love to make a deal. I don't think they're ready to. I don't think it's time yet, but I'm willing to listen. But they cannot have a nuclear weapon. We don't want to see Washington, D.C., or any of our cities, or Israel, or frankly, the Middle East, destroyed with a nuclear weapon, because I know the power of nuclear weapons. I see it. I get to see it. We're not going to let that happen. So this is all about, we will not let them have a nuclear weapon. And they would use it. They would use it if they had it. But Oz, I do have one question about what happened that time, because he was there. How the hell did you not see that coming? He sees everything. He sees everything. He's telling me about your grandmother and your this. Why the hell didn't you? We got to ask him that question when he gets up here. Why didn't he see that coming? But of course, this evening, it's really all about the fake news media and your handling of prizes, and writing and producing and performing made-up stories like the Academy Awards. You know, Academy Awards used to be the epitome of ratings. Outside of the Super Bowl, it got the second most ratings. Now it's down in the dumps. Nobody wants to watch it anymore because they took on Trump. They hit me all night long. They hit me. The winner is so-and-so. I want to talk about Donald Trump. I hate this man. Nobody wants to hear this stuff. Right, Peter? Nobody wants to hear. You ever see the ratings? They used to have 48 million people. Now they have 2 people watching. But they'll learn their lesson. But I want to personally congratulate CNN's Caitlin Collins on receiving her award. It was all about me. It's a fake. She shouldn't get the award. It was a fake. But I didn't mind. I said, Caitlin, congratulations. But it was fake. There's no question about it. But she's a young, attractive woman. She never smiles. I said, Caitlin, do you have a smile? Smile. You have a nice position. You're at CNN Fake News. You should be a happy person. So smile, Caitlin. Just smile. But we attack, and I thought Caitlin had really made it big with a major new sponsorship, but then I informed her that it wasn't her on the Bud Light can, it was Dylan Mulvaney. And Dylan Mulvaney cost Bud Light $35 billion in market cap. That was the worst commercial ever made, by the way, for those few people that want to hear that. Most people don't care, but I would. I wouldn't want to hire Dylan anytime soon. Think of it, they hired Dylan Mulvaney, and their market cap has gone down by $35 billion. Who wrote that commercial? And then you have writer Josh Dorsey. He also received, he's been killing me for years. No, he's been, and yet tonight he shakes my hand, he hugs me, everything nice. He kills me. Josh is amazing. He writes more stories than any human being. There's nobody that writes more than Josh. He'll write 4 stories about me a day, all different subjects. I mean, I had the other day 3 stories, and one on the, he was upset about this. 1 was on page 7, 3 were on page 1. They were all written by Josh, but he's hit the big time, and he's a workhorse, and yet he's almost unhireable. You know, he's just one of these guys. Wall Street Journal's lucky to have him, but you really, it's unbelievable. He's almost unhireable. CNN is also here. And I'm very disappointed they didn't bring Fake Tapper, because he's had a rough couple of years, Fake has. You know, he calls me up every once in a while. If I pick it up, I pick up my phone. I used to go to this young lady. I'd say, any calls from the press? No, sir. I said, oh, now I'm the president of the United States, right? I'd say to Stephen Chung, is Stephen here someplace? Where's Stephen? He's one of the toughest human beings I've ever met. Don't ever wrestle Stephen. You'll be in big trouble. But I say, Stephen, let me ask you, did the press call? No, sir. You know, when I was a developer, I'd get a call every half an hour. For whatever reason, I always got disproportionate press. So I said, Stephen, nobody called? No, sir. 2 hours later, I say, hi, Steve, how are we doing? Everything good? Anybody call? No, sir, no press calls. I said, I'm president. Nope, they never call. So this went on for about a week. I'd say, Caroline, did the press call? No, sir, no calls. I said, nothing. It's over a week. I haven't received a call. So I said, you know what I'll do? I'm going to give the press my phone number. That was the stupidest thing I ever did. I'm getting a call every 3.7 minutes. Stephen, I don't know where the hell you've been, but the press calls, I'm getting calls, ring, ring. I was with somebody today. They said, I've never heard a phone ring as much as it's fresh. Now, I look at the thing and usually just delete, delete, delete. Every once in a while, it'll be one of the people in this room that I like, and I'll pick it up. Like this one right here calls me on occasion, right? She'll call me and she says, hello, sir. How are you? We want to talk about some horrible subject, like a horrible, depressing subject. I say, Jackie, I don't want to talk about it. Congratulations, however, on your new marriage. But I don't want to talk about it. But it's true. And people call me now. And so for weeks I go, no calls. And I learned then that both of them, they feel that I'm doing a great job. And they feel I'm above it all. And that no person, hundreds of people call no person, is good enough to talk to Trump. And so we don't even bother telling you. That's not the way it works, Caroline. You have to let me know, because sometimes I do like to speak to the press, but now I have the best system I've ever had. It rings, and just so you understand, you're much better at putting your name, because if there's no name, I just can't do that. You know, I pick up every once in a while. Hello, I'm from Reno, Nevada. We're a startup paper. We're calling us the Reno Express. I said, do you believe I'm the president of the United States? Mr. President, could I have your views on Iran? And I just hang up. No, I get the craziest calls. I mean, some of them, my wife said, I can't believe you do this. This is a hell of a way to live. But sometimes they get calls from very important. Sometimes I can straighten out stories that are going to be fake, and I can make them from a fake story to a good story. I always find that when you don't speak to the press, you always get a bad story. When you do speak to the press, you have a shot at getting a good story. Oh, look. No, look, if I were a reporter, and let's say I'm a big reporter, I work for the failing New York Times, or I work for, well, I don't know, do they ever come to these dinners? Didn't they cancel out a long time ago? Big mistake. They should be here. But I get a call. I've always found that, you know, speaking to them, you just do better. You do better when you can, when you have the time. You speak to the reporter. You treat the reporter with respect. Sometimes now there are reporters where it doesn't matter. You can be so nice to them, it doesn't matter. You get treated unfairly. But you have a lot of great reporters where when you speak to them, you can get your point across, and that's a good thing. But some people say that Jake Tapper is a great investigative reporter in D.C., and that's why after moderating our debate, it only took him 1 year to break the story that Joe Biden might possibly have suffered from cognitive decline. It took him 1 year. He wrote a book about how great he was mentally, not too good. And I don't like Biden because Biden was very unfair to a lot of people. But Jill Biden insists that Joe would have beaten me in 2024, even though he was way down. She said he was way behind in the polls because he was seriously ahead. She felt he was going to win because he was seriously ahead on deceased voters. He was leading in the deceased crowd, and there were a lot of them. You're finding out there's a lot of them. Look at the numbers that just came out yesterday. And it's traditional that at least one or two potential presidential hopefuls attend the correspondence dinner, but many of them seem to have really chickened out. I was disappointed that Gavin Newsom didn't show up. He didn't show up. He should be here. But I heard that he recently said that we will lose our country if we don't fight fire with fire. And to be fair, there's only one thing we know about Gavin, and that's that he definitely doesn't want to fight fire with water. He's got a lot of water he never uses. What a disaster. That should have never happened. But Gavin Newsom recently did a career-threatening, one of the worst interviews I've ever seen, where he said that he can't read a speech. He's incapable of reading a speech. He's a low IQ person. He's smarter, however, than all of the people in the room, and then he gets sued for being a racist, okay, when he said that. But he basically said he has various mental incapacities. He has difficulty in various other ailments mentally. And I'm looking at him saying, this is the worst interview. I'm watching this interview. I said, this is the worst interview I've ever seen given by a professional politician. I've been watching politicians for a long time, mostly on the previous side, because I haven't been doing this too long. How am I doing? Not bad for the number of minutes spent. Not bad. But with Gavin, so he said that all these things, and I said, anybody running against him, all they have to do is take that one interview and you can't lose. I actually put out a statement that Gavin Newsom has come out and said he will not be running for president because nobody can say what he said about himself and survive. Newsom was in big trouble when he openly admitted that Kamala was smarter than him. She said, Kamala is smarter. If Kamala is smarter than someone, you don't want that person to be president of the United States of America. Between California's policies of enabling wildfires, paying drug addicts to be homeless, giving free sex changes to illegals, and telling rich people they're going to take away, all of your money is going to be taken away. People are fleeing, and they're fleeing in droves. We can't have that in this country. It's becoming such a horrible and dangerous location that Ilhan Omar, one of my favorites, and her brother are thinking about moving together, very much in love. A video has surfaced recently of Ilhan giving a speech referring to World War II as World War XI. And they asked her about that. She thought she got it right. But I'm not surprised because she's a low IQ person. And she's also a very dishonest person. And she ought to get the hell out of our country. She shouldn't be here. She shouldn't be in our country. She also calls her brother husband number one. Omar is reportedly being investigated for fraud. She revised her net worth. I was shocked to see that she was worth much more than $30 million. And then when the press got on her, she revised it slightly downward to less than 18,000. So she went from much more than 30 million to 18,000. And I know Democrats, and the word Democrat is something that's come into fashion. I changed the E with a U, and most people don't know that dumb has a B, so we don't have to worry about that. It's very quiet. I thought it was quite good, but I haven't gotten much credit for that. Fake news, good. Pocahontas, good. I won't say Lion Ted because he's on my side. I don't talk about past conquests, but we have a lot of them. I won't talk about them. They got a whole table full of Republicans there. They're saying, no, don't mention my frickin' name, will you please? But we've had a lot of good names. But the Democrats are there to destroy wealth, and honestly, they've gone absolutely crazy. Gavin Newsom's not only a man who really wants to run for president, he's doing a bad job running a state. You can't have somebody like a J.B. Pritzker, who I understand is not present, sadly, but some people say, never use the fat word. And I don't. I would never call anybody fat. I have my own problems. It's not like I'm perfect. Sir, in the back, don't call him a fat pig, okay? I'm sticking up for him. Don't call him you. You can't do that, sir. You can't call J.B. Pritzker a fat pig, please. All right? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Everyone's trying to figure out who is that guy? Does he exist? But the nice part is when you do that, the press can't get you. Because I'm defending a man who obviously has a problem. Actually, he's lost a lot of weight. I saw him recently. He lost quite a bit of weight. I don't know what the hell. He's got no chance, believe me. Anything he does, the family threw him out of the business. A number of other potential Democrat contenders sadly refused to show up tonight. We invited Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren. She's referred to Pocahontas because, in fact, I had to apologize. People came up and they said, we want you to apologize to Elizabeth Warren for calling her Pocahontas. And I ended up apologizing to the real Pocahontas. But Elizabeth Warren was supposedly of Indian heritage. And then she took the test and she only had 1,024th Native American. And I said, you know what? I think I'm more of an Indian than she is. So this is what we have to deal with. But Senator Warren did not accept our invitation to debate. I wanted to debate her on various and sundry things, and she decided not to do it. And I decided to bury the hatchet. It doesn't matter. And well, I'm not going to say this next one. Do you want to hear this one? How bad? She wasn't high up on her totem pole. Who the hell wrote that? No, she's bad news. I wanted to make sure that Jack Smith, deranged Jack Smith, remember he went after me for about 2 years? How did he do? Not too good. I'm in the White House and he's not doing as well. I was going to say he's in a different kind of a house, but he's a deranged human being. He's a bad prosecutor. You know, prosecutors are very important. A great prosecutor, a fair prosecutor, but that's the great prosecutors, the ones that are fair. They're very important to a country, but this guy was a deranged lunatic. Saw his invitation tonight. He was invited because, you know, but I put it in a private text to Chuck Grassley. And Chuck saw him and he did a certain thing. And then one man that we had who should be here, he turned Palestinian. This was a man who was 100% for Israel. 100%. Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. Remember he cried at the airport over illegal immigrants. They were the fakest tears. There were people throwing water in his face. But now he's a proud, very proud Palestinian. In fact, I'm going to send him a beautiful Palestinian outfit tomorrow so he can greet Bibi Netanyahu when he comes to town next week, along with the mayor, who I'm sure would love to meet Bibi. They're not treating Bibi too well, but Chuck wanted to join us tonight, but he didn't want to be violating many parts of the Palestinian rules, regulations, and certainly he didn't want to violate Sharia law, his new founding. And all joking aside, I do think we need term limits in Congress. I think term limits are very important because I see what's happening. I see what's happening. The other day, a senator I knew got a text, a great guy, from his wife. And she said, when you get home, I want to have you immediately come up the stairs and make love to me. And he said, I can't do both. You know what? You know, in other words, can't go up the stairs and make love. Does anybody get that? Well, I thought that was actually pretty good. That was actually the only thing I thought was good in this whole frickin' stupid speech that they wrote. That was the only good one, and that went down with not exactly great laughter. I think, you know, in other words, you can't go up the stairs and make love, too, you know. So we're looking for term limits. Does anybody understand this stuff? But I really do wonder whether the Democrats are trying to lose the midterms. In Maine, they nominated a guy with a Nazi tattoo. But don't worry, Democrats. Word is that Plattner's replacement, he throws bottles at women. This guy throws bottles. This guy's another lunatic, by the way. Although I think Plattner might have done surprisingly well because we're in the age of Trump. Call it what you want. People can do well today. Plattner, I don't know. But, you know, people don't have the guts to stick it out, but it looked like he was guilty of a lot of stuff. He certainly didn't defend himself very well. In Texas, the Democrats are running a candidate named James Telefrico, who hates guns, hates oil, hates sex, hates women, and who said he is, quote, a Christian who hates Christianity. Other than that, I think his platform is quite good. And that means that he's not going to do very well against Ken Paxton, who hopefully in Texas is going to win. But Telefrico, he's Alfred. You know what he looks like to me? Alfred E. Newman. Do you remember Alfred E. Newman, Mad Magazine? I said, that guy is Alfred E. Newman. Can't imagine he'd win. Well, I have all of the press here in one place. I have to say that we're having an amazing load of accomplishments that the media never talks about. For example, under my administration, a once feared and powerful regime that relentlessly attacked America has finally been toppled. Their former leaders have been removed, and they're now being run by a gay dictator facing internal divisions. But I, for one, wish Barry Weiss all the best at CBS News. She's a wonderful woman. Most of the press lives here in Washington, D.C., and you should be thankful for me for what my administration and I have done to make our nation's capital, which was one of the most dangerous and unsafe cities anywhere in the world, one of the safest cities in the United States. Crime is down 88%, and our capital is shining again with 62 monuments, statues, water fountains looking more beautiful. The graffiti's all gone. The tents are all moved out of the parks. The fences are all done. Our Capitol looks like it's really in good shape. And people coming here, people in the White House, they work in the White House, they all say, young women, young guys walk up. They say, thank you, sir. 2 years ago, we lived in a dangerous city. We lived in a city where 150 people were killed a year. And now we have almost a crime-free city. Our National Guard has done an incredible job, and we've removed over 5,000 career criminals. You know, we removed, there's one stat, I think it's a great stat. It's to me, it's fantastic. 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. That's something you can fix, and we fix it. We moved out over 5,000 career criminals out of Washington, D.C., and we have the greatest capital in the world. Again, it's beautiful, it's thriving, the restaurants are thriving. You couldn't get into a restaurant because they didn't have, all the restaurants were closing. And if you even got in, you felt unsafe. People were getting into Ubers and they were being attacked when they were in an Uber. It's not happening anymore. We have tough, smart people, and they have done a fantastic job. Washington, D.C. is safe again. You can't get into a restaurant. The restaurants are opening up. They're opening up all over the city. They can't get, it's the exact opposite. They can't get space. But mostly I've given up on you in the media so that now I just gave up on you and I'm #1 on TikTok. Did you see that I'm #1, Stephen? Is that true? I'm #1 on TikTok. So how can they be so bad? 520, think of this, 425 billion views. Can you believe that, Peter? I mean, let's go, Peter. I gave up on you people. I gave up on traditional press. And it obviously worked because we did win in a landslide. I mean, somebody's got to be saying something good about me. But TikTok, good old TikTok, and I was able to get it sold to a group of very wealthy people, mostly Americans. I was told President Xi, who's a man that I get along with very well, he was a hard no for the sale of TikTok. They all said he's a hard no. I said, well, let's call, put your group together. They put it together, billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. I called up President Xi. I said, President, look, these are American people. They're wonderful people. In fact, one of them happens to own CBS, actually. I mentioned his name. I said, these are wonderful people, and it'll be a good thing. Does it mean anything, President? It's nothing. It's nothing. They love your country. We'd love to see you approve the deal. And he goes, all right. That was it. It was done. And we sold TikTok. And he's a friend of mine. And he's not contributing to problems like other people contribute to problems. So we get along. But we made the deal. But #1 on TikTok is Trump, and that's probably why we won. But for all of the trouble that you give me a lot of trouble, a lot of heartache. I hope all of you know that I believe in the free press more than anyone in this room does. Maybe not quite. But that's why I'm proud to be the most open and transparent president in history. They called me that. You know who calls me that? Caroline. That's about it so far. Would anybody else call me that? I think Peter would call me that. Am I the most transparent? Biden never used to answer your questions. He'd ask Biden 20 questions, he'd never get an answer. Who's the most transparent president, Peter? Who? I look at him, it's the first time he's tongue-tied. I cannot believe it. Oh, he's not going to be happy tomorrow. But you people have no idea how lucky you are. When I'm gone, you're all going to be broke. Your business model is going to be finished. No, it's true. When I'm not around, you're going to be broke. There's not going to be anybody to report on. Nobody gives a damn about anybody else. The New York Times the other day had 5 stories about me. You know, before I got into politics, in my whole life, I had 7 front-page stories. This is years of success. I think 6 were good, 1 was bad. I had 5 stories, 7, 5 good. Yeah, I had a total of 7 stories on the front page of the New York Times. That's not bad. Now I average about 3 or 4 a day. All different topics, all bad, everything bad. But here we are. I mean, here we are. In fact, when I'm finished, I'm going right back to the Oval Office. So I have to be doing okay. But we are all doing good together. That's why tonight, to show just how much I care about the press, and I want to save your ratings, I'm pleased to announce my intention to, and this is somewhat of a scoop, my intention to run for a 4th term as President of the United States. I will be doing that. I will be having an official, in fact, I think I have, I won 3 times. Now I'm going to do it again. Thank you. I'm going to do it. Should be easy. I'm getting very good at running for president. No, I won 3 times, did very well the 2nd time, by the way. It's a rigged election, but we don't have to talk about it. You know, it's interesting, when you come back and you do a good job like we did, you don't care about it so much, but we do have to tighten up these elections because they really are in seriously bad shape. But on a serious note, I want to say once again, I just want to thank you all. It's been an interesting evening. I didn't really know what to expect, and it's far worse than I actually thought, but if you want to know that. But I didn't know exactly what to expect. And I've made a lot of friends tonight. I've made a lot of good friends tonight, probably made some enemies also. But it's been an experience that is something that we've all shared together, because we're all in this room tonight because most of us went through a period of trauma from just a short while ago. And, you know, some people said they wanted to come, but they were afraid to come, and you people weren't afraid to come. There were a lot of people that said, Jackie, they don't really, you know, they didn't have the courage to come. And we don't want that to happen. And I'm sure it's not going to happen. We're going to do things. Again, I want to thank our law enforcement, keeps us safe. All law enforcement. We have the greatest people on earth. You know, we had, 2 years ago, we had the worst record of recruitment in, as an example, the military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, the Coast Guard, Space Force. I love Space Force. Look at all that shooting we're able to do from space. That was my baby. But all of the branches of, you couldn't get people to join. This was 2 years ago. And last week, you probably saw, some of you wrote the story, we have the single best recruiting of people into our armed forces than we have ever had in the history of our country. They are brimming over with great people. And that's a big statement. And that also goes for the police departments, where they were having a tremendous problem recruiting. You can't get into a police department now. If you're looking for a job, it's very tough. And that also includes our great fire departments, because people forget about them. They're unbelievable, the job they do. So I just want to thank you. Look, we're on the cusp of something big, and I call it, and this, I'm being very serious when I say this, that this is the golden age of America. We have $19.2 trillion being spent in our country. A record was China. I think it was 10 years ago, 3 trillion. Trillion is a lot. 4 years, they went less than 1 trillion under Biden. And we have 19.2 trillion. And this is a period of actually 13 months, not even current, because we're here a little bit longer than that. But that was as of reporting dates. $19.2 trillion is being spent. Factories are coming. Toyota just announced they're going to be building the biggest car plant in the world. They're leaving Mexico. They're coming here. Tariffs did that. Tariffs did that. And maybe November 5th did that too, the election. But our country is doing things that nobody's ever seen before. And it is true. We were, and you've heard me say this, we were a dead country 2 years ago. Other leaders would see me and they'd say, it's a miracle. President Xi told me that a few weeks ago in China, and he's coming here on September, I think, 24th, coming in September, the end of September, going to be exciting. But he said the same thing. The King of Saudi Arabia said it. Everyone said almost the same words. We thought you were a dead country. We never thought you had a chance. You were never going to make it back. And in a period of 1 year, you made it the hottest country anywhere in the world. We all did that together. It's not me. We all did it together. And we do. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and we're going to keep it going. And I just want to say, this is a room, I have tremendous respect for the people in this room. Sometimes I don't feel you treat me fair. Maybe you do. I don't know. I don't feel that. But sometimes you treat me very fairly. And I have a lot of respect for your profession. Your profession's amazing. And I just want to thank you for having me. And it's been fun. And I've met a lot of great people. And, you know, I used an expression. I've used it right from the beginning. I did this for one reason, to make America great again. And that's what's happening right before your very eyes. We have made America great again. It's going to get a lot greater. So thank you all very much. It's an honor to be with you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Trump. People asked me for several months, how long is he going to speak? And I said, you're White House correspondents. So you should know, and thank you, President Trump. This night is all about the First Amendment. Tonight it was on full display. And I just want to congratulate all of our award winners again. My friend Caitlin, who has a beautiful smile, and Josh Dawsey, who is one of the most prolific journalists of our time. That is true. Okay, now we're finally going to answer a question people have been asking since I announced he was coming to the dinner back in February. What the heck is a mentalist? The wait is over. Please welcome Oz Perlman.
Give it up for mentalist, Oz Perlman. The mentalist on people's minds is Oz Perlman.
How did you get that? Who are you thinking of at this very moment in time? Who are you going to talk to this week?
Vince.
Vince?
Yes.
Open your hand up.
No.
Oh, my God. Look in your hands, Aaron.
Albert Einstein.
Okay, that I can't even host a show anymore.
That's the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Who is she?
It's Oprah Winfrey.
Say hello to Miss Oprah.
Whoa.
Winfrey.
Oh my God!
Oz, what is the stock I'm thinking?
Disney is about to roll out
ridiculous.
a streaming service.
No.
Wow. Wow.
If there's something freaky in here, I'm getting the heck out of here.
There better be.
I'm out.
How the fuck are you doing that?
You're at the top of your game, dude.
Barack Obama's who just thought of.
Get the fuck out of here. How is that possible?
Mind blown again.
I know we're on TV, but this is crazy.
I'm done. I'm done. That is nuts!
Oh my God. Oz, you're amazing.
Oh my gosh! Oz Perlman! You're a genius!
Fakes to Jamar, throws to Tanner.
That's literally insane. It's like shattered my worldview. I have to rethink how I think about everything.
Please welcome to the stage, Oz Perlman.
There we go. Folks, what an honor to be here among such distinguished guests, cabinet members, the president. He made an announcement, I just heard, that he will be attending next year's event. I thought he was going to be speaking until next year, actually. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Folks, I have to give a shout out, honestly, 3 months ago to the heroic bravery of the Secret Service and law enforcement who kept us all safe. Please, everybody. I felt truly blessed that day to go home and be able to kiss all my kids, and yet cursed that every single day since, everybody I meet, including now the President of the United States, goes, if you're such a good mentalist, why didn't you see that coming? Everyone in here, your words that you broadcast and speak influence minds all around the globe. So all of you, hold up your left hand and picture a globe in your left hand. Good, good. So that's going to be your other left hand. That guy is wasted right now. Secret Service, code yellow, cut him. No, I'm kidding. That was not. I just saved your life. Everyone, imagine at this moment, you spin that globe and you stop anywhere random. Bam, go for it. Follow me with the mic, follow me with the mic. Let's go over to somebody. Let's go to this gentleman whose body language is saying so desperately, not me, not me. Everyone thinks it's fake. I watch this on TV. I think it's fake. Sir, have we ever, right over here, have we ever spoken a word in our life? Red bow tie, aggressive play.
No.
Okay. What is your name?
Steve.
Steve, hold up. They love you, Steve. Steve, did you just spin a globe and go to a random place?
Yes.
Hear me out, folks. In a few months, Steve will forget the random place because there's no meaning. But no, listen to me. And then a year from now, you'll say, who was the guy we saw last year? I cannot have you forgetting me by next year. I'm going to be the show you talk about for years to come. So everyone, I don't want a random place. Everybody, give it another spin. Follow me. Everyone give it another spin. I want eyes to light up. I want butterflies in your stomach. Everybody stop on one spot, and I want to see a big smile. I want to see excitement in your eyes. That guy just winked at me. I don't know why. Follow me with the mic. Right over here, this gentleman with a perfect head of hair. They're going to hold the mic. They're going to help you out. Tell us your first name.
First name is David.
David, stand up, please. Give him a hand for helping me out. Give him a hand. David, I don't know the future. I'm not a psychic. I would have called that 3 months ago. I read people. Hold up your hand. Try not to react. South America, North America. Look down again. Number one place in the world you'd love to go. Look at it again. But this man dreams big, but you haven't been there. Look at that place one more time. Look at me. Yeah, that's the smile I wanted to see. Asia, Africa, Antarctica, too cold for you. Turn your back so I can't see you and you can't see me. Close your eyes for me, David. Close your eyes. David, was there any hesitation in your mind? Were you on the fence? Look, the shift in the posture, the weight on the right foot. Close your eyes. My boy just changed his mind. Come on, David. He just said in his head, he goes, if I'm not paying, I'm going big. There's a passport involved. David, keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. What was the place when I said spin it? Stop right there. Where did you want to go? Tell us.
Taj Mahal.
What? Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
That's why I said you shifted your balance. Have you been there before?
Never.
I'm so curious. Let me ask you a question. You never know how this works. Did you change your mind?
No.
Were you thinking initially of a place and you go, I've been there, so it's too obvious, and at the last moment you changed? What was the first place you thought of?
Big Sur, California, where I just visited.
And then, Taj Mahal was was the layup. There it is right there. What did you think of after that? I saw you chilling, relaxing. Was there another place you were thinking of?
Great Wall of China.
Okay, close enough. I'll take Big Sur. Turn around. Maybe you're just drinking Fiji water. I'll take it. I'll take it. Did Fiji pop in your head?
Fiji came at one point, I will say. Fiji did come at one point.
This guy's like, I'm going on an all-expense vacation. I'm doing a world tour here. I say think of one place. That's fine. That's fine. Have a seat for me.
You got it.
You know what? Hear me out. Hear me out. What happens if somebody lies in my show? Right? What happens if somebody lies in my show? And this room never lies, so there's no chance. Watch this. I need to put some skin in the game. Right now, if I lose, what happens? Nothing. I already got paid for the show. Let's come out in this crowd. Raise your hand if you have any cash on you. If you have any money on you, raise your hand. What is this? All the cabinets broke? What's going on? Where's that super PAC money? Follow me. I'm going, you know what? I see the name tag. I don't have to read minds. Acting Attorney General. Let's go over to this gentleman. Introduce yourself, please.
Pardon me?
Tell us your first name.
You don't know my name?
I know it, but it seems fake if I know, Todd. I can say it. Stand up. Give him a hand, everybody, for helping me out. Todd, just tap on the mic. Let's make sure it works. Are you a money clip or a wallet kind of guy? Don't take it out.
No. Neither. It's more like a wallet.
Okay, it was a multiple choice. That's okay. Do you know, and I always ask this question because you never know. You're going out. Cash isn't as common now. Do you know exactly how much is in there or you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
I like that, right? Hashtag baller.
No.
I want you to count it, but hold on. Do it under the table so there's no way I could see. Under the table, and move away with the microphone. picked the right guy. Stand up. Lie to me. Don't tell me how much money you really have. Make up a lie. Make up a lie. Lie to me. How much you got?
130.
I would have said if you're going to dream big, Todd.
That was dreaming big.
Folks, I notice patterns. And I can't explain why, and this is not a stereotype, but when I do this with men versus women, they lie differently, and I don't know why that is. It's not a gender stereotype, but for some odd reason, statistical analysis, women will prefer to use a number smaller than the amount they actually have on them. I don't know why. Men like to lie by saying things are bigger. No examples. You didn't laugh at that joke, Todd. Joke was hilarious. Bingo! My acting attorney general just lied too big. Here's the question to ask yourself. Cover your eyes. How could I know something he didn't even know? I'm going to show you over here. I'm going to show the president. President's still admiring the Czech crystal, I'm noticing. Those are beautiful chandeliers, sir. Open your eyes. How much you got, Todd?
$85.
$85, everybody! IRS conducting a forensic audit as we speak on you, sir. Do you know the gentleman standing in front of you, sitting in front of you?
I met him tonight.
Okay. You seemed happier than he did. That was a weird response. Tell us your name.
My name is Tom.
Tom, hold out your hands flat if you don't mind, like a pancake. Take any one of those bills out for me, Todd. And I want to create a moment in this room for Todd and Tom that you will never forget. Flip the bill over for me, and I want you to remember this White House Correspondents' Dinner.
I will.
Todd is like, I should have brought more cash. Turn to face him, please. And what I'd like you to do here is you're going to be his table. You could sit if you want, but that's okay.
Attorney General, so
Okay.
I should probably stand up.
I want you to take, and I want you to sign it. Go ahead. And then hold it up so everyone can see the federal offense you have just committed. He just clearly lost the Senate confirmation hearings on camera. I'm teasing you, Todd. Todd, did you sign that bill?
I did.
I don't know why you're smiling over here, Tom. You're an accessory to the crime, sir.
Okay.
This is the acting attorney general. I want you to take that bad boy, fold it in half, please. Fold it again, and I want you to recount the moments that just happened under oath in court. Did you touch that bill, Todd?
Yes.
Did Tom touch the bill?
Yes.
Did anyone else ever touch that bill, sir?
I'm sure someone else did, but not tonight.
Okay, well, statute of limitations. I want to make sure nobody ever wants to touch it in the future. Fold it in half. Fold it again. Sit on it. He just confirmed with his wife, and he didn't even go right or left cheek. He went dead center. That's a man who takes no chances. I'm going to ask every one of you in this room a question. Here's what I'd like you all to do right now for me. Journalists, accomplished people who like to get to the bottom of things. I want everyone to take a deep breath in, and I want everyone to give me a nice strong exhale out. And I want you to close your eyes and visualize that sitting across from you. I have this question I'd love to ask you. I say, if you could interview, in this room I call it interview. Sometimes I say have dinner, break bread, ask questions. If you could interview somebody famous, but let's make it hypothetical, dead or alive, past or present, anyone that's ever lived, it's a fascinating question. And I want you to visualize, that's the key, is not just see it in your mind, but see that person sitting across from you. Open your eyes, nod your heads if you've already done it. Nod your head. Some of you are quick on the draw. Some of you are still relatively sober, given the fact it's, I think, 3 a.m. at this moment. I lost track of time. If you haven't yet done it, crunch time, everybody. 3, 2, 1, done. Wake up. Everyone, give me a big clap over your head if you can see your person clear as day. Give me a big clap. All right, follow me with the mics. We're going to go rapid fire here. Follow me with the mics. Follow me, follow me. Come on over. Give me another clap. I like the fact that this gentleman right over here, can we see him? We're going to point over. Looked at me, distinctly looked at me, clapped, nodded, then shook his head. I don't even know what that means.
I saw you coming.
You saw me coming?
Yes, I did.
And you were like, what do I do? How do I avoid him even though I'm sitting in the front row?
Push my wife in front of...
Push your wife. I love chivalry is not dead. Yes. What's your name?
I'm Ed.
Ed?
Yes.
Parents nailed it. You look like an Ed. I think that's perfect. Have we ever spoken a word in our life ever?
We have not.
Stand up for me, Ed. Now, if I go head to head, toe to toe with Ed, I don't think it's good enough. It's not good enough. The more people I can do this with, the more impossible it becomes. Give me some more claps. Follow me with the mic. Follow me with the camera. Follow me with the camera. Oh, follow me. Gerard, come on over. This was an incredible smile. Arms extended. She threw in a belly dance. I reward extra credit. No, Ed, stand up. We didn't get rid of you. I love you, Ed. Let's go right over here. Tell us your first name.
Michelle.
Stand up. 2 L's? I'm a mind reader. Come on, Michelle. Come on. Another clap. I look around. This was a moment. We had a moment right over here. If you go to this young lady, she looked at me, and when we made eye contact, Ed, she did not nod, she did not shake her head, but rather when we made eye contact, she closed her eyes tightly as if to activate some sort of camouflage shield, saying to herself, if I don't see him, does he still see me? I see you. Tell us your name.
Aaron.
Stand up for me, please.
Okay.
I now have 1, 2, 3 people thinking of 3 different people they want to have dinner with. This side's feeling no love. I can see it in your eyes. You're feeling no love, so let's keep it going. 2 more people, rapid fire. Follow me with the mics. Follow me. Give me some claps. Give me some claps. Your joy is effervescent. Also, the pocket square, 4 ripples. Next level, my friend. Next level. What is your name?
My name's Kevin.
Kevin?
Yes.
Stand up for me, Kevin. I never go past 4. Give him a round of applause. Make some noise. But this is not just any event. This is the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's been going on over 100 years. I'm the first mentalist. One more group, right over here. I didn't even tell you I would do this. Give me a clap. Let me see it. Who thinks they have someone I will not get? You will be my Fiji water. Who will that be? Give me a clap. Okay, all of you with the big clap, you're too confident. I don't like it. I like the people that are on the fence. I like this young lady right over here. This young lady looked over. She squinted at me. She didn't clap. She just gave me an I'm looking at you, buddy. Tell us your first name.
My name is Alex.
Alex, give Alex a hand too as well. Alex, Kevin, Ed, Aaron, Michelle with 2 L's. Each of you, I asked to think of somebody famous sitting across from you, and you are at the edge of your seat, scintillating, asking them questions. Sit down if it's Jack Kerouac.
No.
Folks, don't hold the applause in. Let it out. Let it out.
That's so obscure. Like, you should not have gotten...
Never bring a knife to a gunfight. Joke is too soon. Too soon. Too soon. Have a seat for me, please.
That's it. That is 100% it.
I know. I can read your mind.
You know,
That's what
you
I
know that. Yeah,
you don't have to keep telling me.
That was it.
Have a seat. Thank you. I like how Erin just rethought her choice. She's like, mine's too easy. Mine's too easy.
There's no way you would know.
Kevin, you are a ball of positive energy. Just looking at you has uplifted my mood without caffeine. I can tell you for a 100% fact, I'm not even gonna hedge. Not 99, not 100% live TV. Your person is alive and well, am I correct?
You are correct.
How did I know that? Your vitality, your energy. Versus if we could point the camera at Ed, Gerard, Ed is over here. That's that guy. Ed has dead guy vibes written all over him.
Come on, man. I'm feeling pretty...
Is it a dead guy, Ed?
Vital.
Is it a dead guy?
It is a...
Yeah! Classic Ed.
That's hilarious. Yes.
Yeah.
Dead guy.
Why are you on the fence?
No, he's definitely a dead guy.
You weren't sure if he was dead or alive?
No, I'm saying I'm vital. I'm just saying he's dead.
Oh, yeah, it's nothing about you. You're going to live to 120, baby. I'm talking about the person you're thinking of.
Yeah.
You know what? Arms behind the back. This guy's very proper. He's done a lot of World War II biographies. Sit down if it's Winston Churchill.
You're right.
Yeah. Folks, I'm getting 6% applause on things that deserve 120. Have a seat for me, Ed. Have a seat, Ed, have a seat. Bless you. I knew you would sneeze right then. Aaron, playful hair adjustment, always a guy. It's always a guy. The hair adjustment twice, it's a guy. Am I right?
It's a man.
I could tell.
It wasn't playful hair, but it was just an adjustment.
Okay, there's no implications here. I like how Tom just told Todd, he's like, why didn't you bring more money, bro? Why didn't you bring more money? I did this last week. I filmed my Netflix special. And I did this, and the last person standing thought of a movie star. And when I got it right, he did not sit down. And the tension grew in the room, and I said, sir, did I get it? He goes, yeah. And I go, okay. And he goes, oh yeah? What movie am I thinking of? I'm like, buddy, there's no on-demand feature. It's always, I wonder what movie she's thinking of his. But I'm going to go with it. Do you know what question you're going to ask him right off the jump, or is it more just a flowing conversation? What's
flowing, just flowing.
Flowing. I love that. I love that. And you were debating, and I was thinking like, oh, I think he's passed away. Am I correct?
Correct.
It seems somber.
Yeah. Not somber, but passed away.
Okay. I don't know which movie. Tell us all, who are you sitting down to dinner with? Who's across from you during this scintillating interview?
Jerry Garcia. Are you wrong?
Don't ever doubt me again. Don't you ever doubt.
You scared me. How did you know? Oh my God. All right, Austin.
Guy next to her dropped an F-bomb. We're not on the hot mic. We're okay. We are okay. Michelle with 2 L's. Kevin with the tremendous smile. We have an issue right now. We have a problem. You don't realize it. But the issue is that so far tonight, I'm on fire. No, don't you smile, Kevin. It's a bad thing. I set the bar too high too soon, which means that right now, I can no longer guess who you're each thinking of. Because you will say to me later, what'd you think of that guy O's? And you're like, he's pretty good, but then he did it 4 or 5 times, he plateaued. Kevin, I don't plateau. I peak. So I'm gonna hand each of you, we're gonna hand you each a poster board and a marker. If we can grab, come on, I need you. We're gonna hand you each one. Don't open the markers yet. The markers, just because people try to unscrew them, they just pop. Don't do that, Kevin, don't do that. Hand each person one. And each of you, very important, don't open the marker, hold them close to you, hold them sideways. Landscape is good.
Okay. Landscape.
Little twist there, Kev. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful. Freeze. I'm not going to guess who you're each thinking of. I'm going to do something exponentially crazier. You're going to talk about this for years. This Frisbee I purchased for 82 cents. Amazon Prime, free same-day shipping. This Frisbee has a 1.5-star review. This is literally the worst Frisbee in the world. I could have my friend Tom Brady right here trying to throw it to you. It would not land. It does not fly true. Let's see. Who could we get? The president?
Yes.
No. Will you just throw it for us? Is that okay? I don't know if I can aim it. Secret Service, is this okay? They just went code red, mentalist, no. Is that, I can't throw this. We'll see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. I don't know if I can aim this thing, President. There, okay. You know what? I have a better idea. Throw the hat out in the crowd. Let's go. Someone catch. Or nobody catch.
Glassware down.
This guy just became his VP running mate in 2028. Hear me out.
Okay.
Are you okay? If you'd like, this is entirely your choice. You can help me, but the Frisbee goes further than the hat. So it adds elements of excitement and randomness versus the hat had about 3 people to land because it appears I've made half the room disappear. Would you like to keep it or would you like to throw it onwards and make this even more random?
Actually, I would love to keep it.
Would you like to join me on stage and be my mind-reading protege?
Oh, why not?
Give her a round of applause, everybody. I'm going to stand you right here. We're going to bring you a microphone. Tell us all your name.
My name is Diane Williams.
Diane Williams, have you and I ever spoken a word in our life?
No, never.
Diane Williams, go ahead and read their minds. How crazy would that have been? Are you kidding me right now? Diane Williams, we need to get into the zone, okay? No. Not really yoga style. I want you to give me your best mind reading pose. Bring the hands up here. That's pretty good. That's more, okay, that's more, it's sunny out. Let's hit them, yeah, there we go. Diane Williams, here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to assist you. Look at me. I'm going to have you picture a crystal ball in my hands. There is not really a crystal ball. You are going to look down into my hands, and I want you to look through that crystal ball, down into my hands, and I want you to nod your head if you are seeing clear as day. 2 people, or pretending. Can you see them? Is that a yes? You're really playing this up. And keep your eyes closed. And I want you to repeat over and over in your head who you just saw, over and over in your head. Do you see 2 people? Could you see those 2 people? Close your eyes, Diane Williams. Close your eyes. Kevin, Michelle, uncap your marker. Keep your eyes closed, Diane Williams. I want you to write down your person's first and last name or their name as big as you can. As big as you can, please. Maximize the space on there. The person you picked, write their name as big as you can. Are you done, Michelle?
Yes.
Take your time, Kevin. I'm getting bored of my own show. Kevin, you're done.
Done.
Diane, wake up. Come back to the light. Now, I'm going to give you one clue, which is that we were able to ascertain that his person is alive. We said that earlier.
Okay.
So I want you not just to look into that beautiful smile, but look into his eyes. See the reflection across from him and tell him who is the person he is sitting down to dinner with. The person is alive. Who is it?
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
Stop.
Oh my God.
Stop.
Folks, are you alive in this room right now?
Crazy.
That was a 3 out of 10 on something that should have been a 12 out of 10. So no, I'm not looking for pity. If lightning strikes twice here at the Waldorf Astoria and Diane Williams nails this, there better not be one butt still in a seat unless you are mobility impaired, in which case I want to see a miracle. So you don't look into Michelle's eyes, you look into her soul, and you tell this woman, okay. What's that?
I just saw one name.
Okay, well that's his name.
Okay.
What would we do? What if we put on your mind reading face?
Okay.
Diane Williams, get back in the zone. Look at me, stare me in the eyes. Well, her eye contact is very intense, folks. I hold this crystal ball up. We look through it. We see this beautiful check glass. Down, we look down. We look down and we look down and we see a face. And we say to ourselves, who do we see? You're pretending even though God knows this is not going to work, so I'm hoping for the best.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to work, but who knows? Are you staring at Michelle? Are you looking into her eyes? Look deeper, look into her soul, and give it your best shot. Diane Williams, who is she having dinner with?
Could it be JFK?
Turn it around, turn it around, turn it around! Have a seat. Folks, I'm bringing Diane on the road with me for the record. She's keeping the hat. Really quick, let's see at this juncture in the evening if anybody still has battery life. Grab out your phone. Go to your calculator. I just watched this man clear as day clear his browser history. Please go to your calculator. If there's a number, I don't want it. Get rid of it, clear that number out, and I want to see nice, beautiful zeros out there. Do we have zeros? Hold them up, hold them up, hold them up. Let me see what we got. Okay. I need to see energy. I feed off of it. Who wants in? Who wants in right now? Who wants in? Who seems excited? One guy just looked at me and started flexing. I don't know why. Okay, battery life, still in the green. You're doing pretty well there, sir. What is your name?
Josh.
Josh? Traditional spelling? Do you want to join me? Let's get him up here. Let's hear it for Josh, everybody. Josh, come on up. Come on up, partner. Let's bring you up. Josh, here's what I want you to do. I need to get somebody else in the mix. I want you to do two things. We're going to fact check this. You're going to type in this in. One more partner in crime. Pick somebody out there for me to help me out. Who's it going to be? Dina. At your own table. Okay, so I like the nepotism here. He's like, let's just stick with my own table. Dina, do you have your phone as well?
I do, yeah.
Stand up. Dina has no cover, just living dangerous over there. This trick is about to be called Apple Care. Dina, should we swap? Josh, come with me. Dina, I'm gonna bring you in as well. Dina, since I didn't get to throw a Frisbee, are you your calculator open?
Yes.
Please open it up. What do we have? Is this an amortization calculator? She's doing my mortgage calculations is what I'm seeing.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I don't know what this one is. I can't do, this is like the buttons are too small. I can't see anything. I'm so sorry. I gotta use someone else because I can't see. Put the brightness up. Grab yours. This one's big even though you're at 7% battery. I love it. Dina, give us a number and we're gonna go on stage. Come with me, Josh. Give us a number and I want you to do this. I want you to give us a birthday. Come with me. You know what? Join me. Join me. We'll bring you up. Josh, you're gonna be on deck. Josh, sit down. This gentleman, come with me.
Oh, wait.
I need you. Yeah. How are you? He keeps getting texts from his table saying he's going to get you good. Who is writing that? I'm going to bring you a microphone. I'd like you to stand here. Dina and Josh, you each get to help me. Dina, tell me the birthday of somebody you care about deeply. So take a moment with it. Tell us the birthday of someone you care about deeply. Go ahead.
August 17th.
Pause. Whose birthday is that?
My husband.
Everyone go, oh, good choice. I don't want to touch anything. Put in 817, please. 8, slow. 817. Freeze right there. Okay, have a seat. Thank you, Dina. In honor of Dina picking her spouse, which is a common choice, raise your hand if you are married as well. Okay, most of the room. I need to know why that woman just did this. Did anyone see that? That was a very strange reaction to a relatively binary question. That was a real-time Facebook status. It's complicated. Dina loved that joke. Let's go over to someone new that has not helped me yet. How about right over here? I'm going to go to the gentleman right next to Steve, who I loved earlier, who thought of Bora Bora. That was too obvious, Steve. Make it tough next time. Let's go to that gentleman in the green who felt so slighted. What is your name?
Arden.
Arden?
Arden.
That's correct. Arden, quick, what's your wedding anniversary?
May 26th.
What was it?
May 26th.
Do times 526, but don't do equal yet. I'm doing the math. August 17th times May 26th. Kidding, I don't know. Michelle thought I could do anything after John Fitzgerald Kennedy. You get to instill a little bit of yourself in this. Do you have a lucky number or something special to you? You do? 1 digit or 2 digits? 1 digit? Bring it close to the heart. That's your heart, yeah. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. And I want you to hit plus and hold it close to you and put in your lucky number. And then walk out into this crowd to somebody that you do not know. Is that possible? You seem a social butterfly. And I want to lock eyes. Look at me, sir. Look at me, sir. 500 times 1,000 is 500 G's. I'm a capitalist. I want 2 commas. I want a 3rd comma. I want millions. What's your name?
Colin. Colin?
Colin? 1 L or 2?
1.
All right, Michelle's not happy. Some of you, your memory is not as good. You don't know why that callback was funny. That's okay. Colin, three-digit number between 100 and 500. Don't do 1, 2, 3. You're better than that, Colin. You're better than that. You got a number?
Yes, sir.
I didn't like it. Change.
Okay.
There it is. There it is. Whisper with no microphone into his ear your three-digit number. Everybody make ambient ocean noises. Did you hear what he said? We're going to get the microphone right there. Right there. Have a seat for me, Colin. Please type in, to this gentleman, please type in a times and put in Colin's three digits. You did. Colin, have a seat. Wonderful. Did you hit equals?
Not yet.
Please.
All right.
Got to be over 30 mil. It's got to be over 30 million. Is it over 30 million?
It is.
Okay, I thought that was lightly impressive, but no, it's okay. I don't need the pity applause. Thank you, though, Bobby. Thank you. I'm ready. I'm ready for you. Oh, yeah, I'm not Rain Man. What do we get? That's what the calculator, yeah.
Read the number.
Yeah.
All right. 53 million.
Hold up. 53 million.
670,000.
600. Oh, I didn't leave enough room. Okay, I'm gonna wrap around. 53,670,000.
682.
$682. Bam. Have a seat. Give them a big round of applause. All my helpers. Dina, Josh, way to fact check. I appreciate you. Did you hear me say dollars? Imagine that you go to your ATM, that you swipe your card, that you type in your PIN code, or if I'm there, I do it for you. And suddenly, in your checking account balance, $53,670,682. How would you react? Let me see some faces. Okay, I like how some of you didn't hear the key word, checking account. This is not an interest-bearing account. I like how one guy swore under his breath, it's like tariffs. Folks, you should deploy this capital. Like my man right over here, Todd Blanche, looked at me like that was low. Tom, what did he sign, Tom? Was it a 20, a 50, or 100? We couldn't see. Tom is the guy next to him. What was it?
A 20.
It was a 20? Todd, are you still sitting on it?
Yes.
Todd, reach into the abyss. Stand up for me, please, sir. Todd, check the signature. Is this your bill that you took out of your pseudo money clip?
Yes.
You marked it, but so did the government of the greatest country on earth with an 8-digit serial number. Read us those digits one at a time, please. Switch to me, please. Switch to me, please. Switch to me, one digit at a time, please.
5367062.
Thank you very much, everybody! Amos Perlman, truly this has been the honor of a lifetime. Thank you very much, everybody.
Wow. Oh. Everyone, thank you for a memorable night. Thank you, Mr. President, for coming to our dinner. Thank you, O's, for scaring all of us in this room. And thank you all for supporting the White House Correspondents Association and the First Amendment. Thank you.
Thank you all. This concludes the 2026 White House Correspondents' Dinner. Again, our thanks to President Trump. We look forward to seeing you all next year at the Washington Hilton. Please travel safely. Have a good night.